Good evening, wherever you are in the world, and welcome once again to the Coach's Corner by Hanno Trollope. I am, of course, Manny Thangadurai, and I will be in your company today for this crunch game between England and New Zealand. The two finalists, of course, from the 2019 50-over World Cup, which England won in a super over in obviously such dramatic circumstances. You could perhaps say that revenge might be on New Zealand's mindset, or you probably couldn't, but it will be an interesting matchup between two captains, Jos Buttler and Kane Williamson, neither of whom have been in the best form batting-wise in the tournament, but certainly one of them as captain is sitting pretty right now at the top of the table. That is Mr. Williamson. And as for the Buttler, well, his England team are in a bit of a spot of bother, who they obviously need to win this game in order to have any chance of qualifying for the semi-finals. New Zealand, if they win, will punch their ticket into the knockout stages, because with that, they would have won 3 out of their 4 games with a no result. And as for England, they will have to look back on that shocker of a loss to Ireland and realize that their approach cost them dearly. But today is, of course, a new day. Now, the big news is, of course, that England won the toss and chose to bat. And both teams have fielded unchanged sides from their previous games. So, obviously, both teams at the moment, both captains at the moment, sticking with their tried and trusted 11 so far. And New Zealand obviously can afford to trust their 11. England, in the meantime, will need to get their act together. They will obviously rue the washout of their other crunch game against Australia. And of course, for Jos Buttler, this is, of course, a really, really crucial, difficult game to mark his 100th 2020 international for England. And if he does get another 6 runs, he will go to 2,400 T20 runs for England, 17 half centuries and 1 century. And of course, you can see in the ticker below, the earlier match today saw Sri Lanka defeat Afghanistan by 6 wickets to keep their hopes alive. And their match against England later on will be all the more important because they need to win that match in order to stay alive and have any chance of qualifying for the tournament semi-finals. Now, I'm going to show you the tables right now to take a look and see, so that you can see the gravity of the situation right now with regard to England and Sri Lanka. So this is, of course, Group 1. Sri Lanka's win today has propelled them into 3rd place behind Australia and New Zealand. England are now sort of marooned in 4th, and they will be playing this game today against New Zealand. Ironically, their run rate is actually really good, but that loss to Ireland has hurt them, as did the no result against Australia. So a loss today to New Zealand will put them on 1 win, 2 losses, and 1 no result, leaving them with 3 points. And even if they were to defeat Sri Lanka, one cannot really look beyond Australia sealing that final spot in the semi-finals with what should be a routine win over Afghanistan. I know that strange things have happened, but I think it's fair to say that given how Afghanistan weren't quite able to take any wickets today, they certainly shouldn't be able to trouble an Australian team in good batting form and whose bowling seems to be finding its rhythm. England really have it all to do, and if they fail to win today, then you must say that that is their tournament done and dusted. So the stakes are quite high, and England obviously cannot afford to lose this game. They have, of course, fielded unchanged teams. So again, I will show you the teams right now. And of course, I am grateful to ESPN Cricinfo for their excellent work in providing ball-by-ball updates. But thankfully, with the weather being good on my side, the television should be working, so I will provide you detailed commentary. If, God forbid, the TV were to not work, we still have ESPN Cricinfo. So this is the England lineup, and I will make sure that I increase the font size just for all of you so you can see what happens. So the opening partnership is, of course, Joss Buttler and Alex Hales at the top of the order. Neither of them have really gotten going in this tournament. Dawid Malan is the middle order batsman, the number 3, rather, who will be coming in. And all eyes will, of course, be on Ben Stokes, the England Test captain, who, interestingly enough, was born and brought up in New Zealand before emigrating to England as an 8-year-old boy, going on to play county cricket for Durham and, of course, becoming an England star. Harry Brook will be coming in at number 5, with Moeen Ali following him at number 6. The off-spinning all-rounder who bats left-handed, he will have a role to play. Liam Livingstone, another batting all-rounder. Sam Curran can also technically give it a good hit. So the batting does run fairly deep. And there is another all-rounder in the shape of Chris Woods, followed by Mark Wood, another fast bowler, and Adil Rashid, the leg spinner. So obviously the loss of Reece Topley before the tournament, the left-arm seamer, would have been a bit of a loss, but Sam Curran has stepped up to the plate magnificently and been England's leading bowler. And now we have New Zealand's team, Finn Allen and Devon Conway at the top of the order. Certainly 2 batsmen in fine form. The captain, Williamson, coming in at number 3, who's had some starts but not really consolidated. Glenn Phillips as well with that amazing century. He will be coming in at number 4. The all-rounder Daryl Mitchell at number 5. 2 other all-rounders in Jimmy Neesham and Mitchell Santner. Santner, of course, with his innocuous-looking but rather deceptive left-arm spin. Ish Sodhi, another spin bowler. And, of course, 3 seamers in the 2 leading bowlers, Tim Southey and Trent Bolt, the lightning bolt. And, of course, Lockie Ferguson, who's had a happy knack this tournament of being a partnership breaker. So this is basically how the teams will be lining up, and well, the stakes are high. Couldn't be any starker, and play will be getting underway in the next 10 minutes. And of course, as I've said earlier, Sri Lanka defeated Afghanistan by 6 wickets. Dhananjaya De Silva batting second with Sri Lanka, top scoring with a fine unbeaten 66 off 42 balls. But the player of the match was bowler Wanindu Hasaranga, who took 3 wickets for 13 off his 4 overs, exceptionally economical, and he effectively stalled the progress of Afghanistan and made sure that they wouldn't be able to post anything like a respectable target. Now, interestingly enough, the decision to bat first is motivated by the belief that batting second on this pitch would be quite dangerous. And it's a brave call from Buttler to bat first with Southey and Bolt in such red-hot form. So a lot will be resting on the likes of Buttler, Hales, obviously Malan and Ben Stokes coming in. And, of course, Moeen Ali can definitely play. As I've said, the batting runs deep. So it's a brave call. He had to be brave and make that decision. So that's pretty much the way it is going. And of course, do please follow this channel, subscribe to this channel, and get in touch with Mr. Trollope on Instagram and Twitter, providing some terrific sporting content in football, cricket, and other sports. Instagram handle is, of course, Hanno_coach_corner, and his Twitter handle is Hanno70830030. That is Hotel Alpha November Oscar 70830030. And an almost full house at the Gabba today. The Gabba, of course, nicknamed the Gabatoir for his reputation for heavy defeats for the team batting second. And certainly a pitch which promises a great deal for bowlers, but also batsmen. I think the thinking behind batting first was that it would be more of a used pitch, and Williamson himself said that he would have also batted first. Interestingly, he's opted not to go with an off-spinner to try and counter the number of left-handers in England's lineup, left-handed batsmen, that is. But he's sticking with the same team so far. Obviously, Santner and Sodhi will provide the spin. Sodhi also is, of course, known for his wrong-uns on many occasions. Now we see the teams coming out to the field. The forecast looks to be good, no sign of rain, and also there is no rain over here. Of course, if there is rain, my television will not be working, but you do have the benefit of good old ESPN Cricinfo. And the teams are now over there, and it's time for the national anthem. So I will mute this, and I will, of course, be standing. And with that, the anthems are done. Now, of course, as a patriotic Englishman, I sometimes don't necessarily mind God Save the King, although there is a school of thought that Jerusalem should be the new anthem. And of course, that was England's anthem for the recent Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. And I've also mentioned on my Twitter account that God Defend New Zealand is arguably one of the most spine-tingling, inspiring anthems in the world today. Already we've got some people in the chat. Yes, yes. What is going on? Well, you've just sort of seen me stand for the anthem, and you've just obviously given some updates on what's been going on. And yeah, so play will be starting very soon in the next few minutes. It was delayed pending the end of the Sri Lanka-Afghanistan game. That obviously ended quite well for Sri Lanka, who will also need to win their last match in order to ensure that they qualify. And of course, you can see the ticker. England won the toss, chose to bat. Both teams are, of course, unchanged. So I will be changing the ticker at the end of the first over, reflecting the score. And you can see a pretty good crowd at the Gabba today, filled with New Zealand and England fans. The England fans know that this is a must-win game. And interestingly enough, among the coaching staff for England is none other than a certain Paul Collingwood, who is the assistant coach of the England team. And he, of course, was the captain when England won their 2020 World Cup in the West Indies. Kevin Peterson, of course, being man of the series in that tournament for his fine batting. And He, along with another South African-born cricketer, Craig Kieswetter, pretty much flayed the tacks all over. So Trent Boult is starting proceedings, the in-form bowler in this tournament. He and Southey together have been arguably the best opening bowling combination. Of course, the batsmen are now out. Jos Buttler, short for Joseph, of course, wearing number 63, age 32, right-handed batsman. And he is, of course, marking his territory. In this World Cup, he hasn't gotten started. A best of 18, not really good enough for him. And Alex Hales is his partner, 33 years of age. A lot of talk about possibly omitting Jason Roy having been a bit of a mistake, but sometimes you've got to go with your form players, and Jason Roy never really convinced the selectors that he was worthy of being called into the team. And we do know how dangerous a batsman he is. The countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we have liftoff. And the umpires are in front today on the field. Signal play beginning, and it will be Trent Boult opening proceedings. Over the wicket to the right-handed Buttler. And straight up, it's a delivery that cramps the England captain for room, played to the onside. No single taken. And this is it. This begins it all. So the umpire is, one of the umpires is Nitin Menon, standing in his 36th T20 international, all the way from India, of course. Second ball over the wicket, and that is expertly played on the onside by Buttler. It's not going to go to the boundary. There should be a fielder taking control of that, but they should run for 3, and they do. So Buttler and England are off the mark. Nicely played to the mid-wicket area, all going all the way down to the boundary, but that was, of course, well fielded at the boundary. Daryl Mitchell there doing some excellent work, and no need to check that for the boundary, because when he fielded that, his leg was not touching the boundary rope, so instead of 4, it is just 3. And that brings Alex Hales into the picture. Another destructive batsman when in good form, certainly likes to play his shots, but he is up against it now, up against Trent Boult. Over the wicket, third delivery. No chance of an LBW there, because although that was probably pitched in line, that was going over the wicket. So England are doing well to blunt Boult so far, although it's only been 3 balls. Pretty good seam position over there, and obviously that was swinging away, probably would have gone on to miss the leg stump, so no need to appeal for that. The other umpires, of course, Langton Roseri from Zimbabwe, with the TV umpire being Australian Rod Tucker. Fourth delivery is with an off-stump line, defended fairly well by Alex Hales, and there is no run. That goes to the offside. The reserve umpire is the Pakistani Ahsan Raza, and the match referee who was present at the toss is another Zimbabwean, Andrew Pycroft, who was, of course, Zimbabwe's manager when they had their maiden World Cup campaigns in 1987 and had their World Cup campaigns. And the fifth delivery is sort of cut by Alex Hales. It goes past the wicketkeeper all the way to the boundary for a welcome 4, but that was so close to hitting the stumps. Another excellent delivery, that from Trent Boult, swinging back in beautifully, and it was probably very well defended, you could say. Had it not been for that edge, that would have definitely cleaned up Hales. But a kind of fringe edge, if you will, which took the ball away from the leg stump, past the wicketkeeper, and all the way to the boundary. And Boult did not like that one bit. Last ball, and that is played through to the offside, past extra cover, and the batsman should get 2. 9 from that over, pretty successful under the circumstances, and England are 9 for 0. And so I will make sure I update the ticker. So Decent start so far from England under the circumstances, although it is obviously just the first over, and they still have to face Tim Southey, who has been very economical throughout this tournament. Yep, that has been reflected, and we will continue. More advertisements coming in. Not nice, really, when you seem to have too many advertisements on the telly and you just want to see the cricket. Sometimes you can miss a play, but not forthcoming. Now, Tim Southey has the ball, wearing number 38. Age 33, medium fast bowler. Certainly been very economical this tournament. He's taken 4 wickets in 3 matches with a best of 3 for 6, an economy rate of under 3. Absolutely magnificent. First ball over the wicket to the England captain, Jos Buttler. And he is able to expertly play that past point for a single. And that brings Alex Hales back on strike. So they've got a good strategy going on right now of being able to blunt some of the bowlers, try and play singles, and occasionally go for some hits whenever they can. And certainly looking pretty decent so far. So all England can do is do what they can and make sure that they stay at it. Second delivery, swinging away from Alex Hales, and he chooses to let that go to the wicketkeeper. Actually, that last shot from Buttler was sort of played beyond extra cover for a single, not point, but extra cover. And I want to make sure that I get the fielding placements right, because I will make sure that everything is sort of just so for all of you. And I will show you how the fielding positions are with respect to a right-handed batsman. Obviously, for a left-hander, it will be reversed. Third delivery. And he plays it all the way to Trent Boult at what looks like to be gully. Yep. So certainly a lot of experience in the top order, a bit in the middle order, and in the lower order, of course, Rashid has 88 games. This will be his 89th international for England. Moeen Ali, of course, will be playing his 68th today. Fourth delivery, just 1 run from the over so far. And that is played brilliantly over mid-wicket, and that should reach the boundary. Alex Hales chugging along quite nicely. So he had a bit of a charmed life against Trent Boult with that fringe cut, which saved him from getting bowled, going to the boundary far behind the wicketkeeper. But there's no doubt about the authority of this one. Rocked back on his back foot, hoiked that all the way over mid-wicket, and that went all the way to the boundary for 4 very welcome runs. So what does Southey do? 2 balls left. Fifth delivery. Still over the wicket. And that is played well beyond point. They should get 2 here because it's not going to go to the boundary. Once again, Daryl Mitchell doing some good work. And that takes England to 16 for naught. So excellent beginning so far from England. And you could say that this is the time when Buttler and Hales have really started to click. But so far, it's just the first 2 overs. Well played shot that by Alex Hales. Using the pace of the ball quite well, guiding that beyond point. No chance there for the fielder. Last delivery of the second over. Still over the wicket, and no edge to the wicketkeeper. A false shot there, and England are 16 for naught after 2 overs. So, good beginning so far. And of course, I will look to show you the fielding positions in a way. So let me just share the screen and give you an idea of what the fielding positions look like. So this is, of course, for the right-handed batsman. And of course, both batsmen are right-handed right now. Basically, all these positions will be for the offside of the right-handed batsman. Cover, extra cover point, deep backward point, third man, deep cover and long off. And on the leg side, where you hoik it this way, it will be square leg, deep square, mid wicket, long on, and fine leg. Bolt back into the attack now. First delivery over the wicket to the right-handed Butler, who swings and misses. So basically, I will make sure that I use this as a guide because I do not want to in any way give you any misinformation. And once again, not exactly using the seam position to try and bowl it straight and get some swing, but obviously he's trying to, angle it across the right-handed batsman. So he's still bowling over the wicket, is Trent Boult. Second delivery. Appeal for an edge there, but the wicketkeeper Conway catches it. And so the batsman might be living a bit dangerously. Obviously, you do not want to play a false shot and run the risk of getting a nick, but they're surviving so far. It is 6 o'clock in the evening in Brisbane right now, and this will be, of course, a nighttime game, so the floodlights will play a factor. And England will be banking on Sam Curran and the seamers to try and make something out of this wicket. Third delivery. Straight at Butler, who plays it down to mid-off for a single and keeping the scoreboard ticking. So still going strong is the lightning bolt. And of course, this will probably be his last registered tournament because he has, of course, asked to be released from his contract with New Zealand. And swings the ball at a good pace, changes the pace through the middle overs, and in the final overs, he specializes in these Yorkers, which are sort of full deliveries, which do not bounce. They're sort of aimed for the lower part of the wicket and the batsman's feet. Very tough to score off. Fourth delivery. And this time, Alex Hales backing away and not able to connect with that. Go straight through to Conway. So England can't afford to have too many dot balls over here. And the score predictor says that they could reach 183, but they will definitely have to get a bit of a move on. And dot balls will not help them in this regard. It'll be interesting as well to see how the batsmen play the spinners. Santner and Sodhi will have a role to play. Fifth delivery. And he bends down. Is that going to be called a wide? No, it isn't. It is sort of straight over the batsman and another dot ball. So, still going on, still rather cagey right now because obviously New Zealand do not want to concede any more singles or boundaries. And I see Ollie's in the building. Mr. Sinclair, good to see you. And congratulations on 200 subscribers to Mr. Trollope. Yes, indeed. Very well done to him. Exceptionally happy for him. Last delivery of the third over. And that is boshed back down the ground for a boundary. And that ends the third over with England chugging along at 7 and over, 21 for no loss. So going quite well. Sort of biding their time and then waiting for the right moment. And that shot was just majestic in its execution and timing. A right-handed batsman facing a left-arm bowler in pretty good form, waiting for it to come into the slot, standing and delivering back down the ground. Of course, the only regret was that it couldn't have been hit further for a six, but hey, at this particular point, England will take anything they can get. 3 overs in the power play, no wickets down. Good sailing so far. And of course, more advertisements, somewhat boring stuff really, but it kind of is what it is. And the best part, of course, about 2020 cricket is that it's easy to calculate the run rate after 20 overs. And now Williamson has decided that he's had enough. He's opted to bring on the left-arm spinner, Mitchell Santner. And he will be bowling round the wicket to the right-handed Jos Buttler. And that's a good delivery, which trying to cramp the England captain up for room, but that was played well to long off for a single. So I think Santner's role over here will be to try and maintain the line, as I've said. I'm not too sure he has that much in terms of necessary loop or an arm ball, and England's batsmen will have to be pretty circumspect with regard to playing him. So Obviously, spin being brought in means that the fast bowlers haven't gotten so much joy so far. Second ball of the over to the right-handed Alex Hales, left arm round the wicket. And that is played to mid-on, no single forthcoming. So England, of course, are in a position where they would like to get a few more runs, but losing wickets in the power play will not be ideal. Third delivery. And again, cramping the right-handed batsman up for room. Hales not being able to get that away. So, some fairly anxious faces over there. I do believe that is Michael Hussey, the former England batsman, who is a batting consultant for the England team. Fourth delivery of the over, played to point, no single forthcoming. So, the bowling change has worked so far in terms of dot balls. Santner has stuck to his line. And obviously, it's a rather attacking offside field to Alex Hales right now. And that is sort of played off his bat, an edge to the slip cordon. Not the slip cordon, the gully fielder, rather, for a single. And actually, that didn't come off the bat. It actually came off Hales's leg, so that is called a leg bye, of course. And another run to England's total, bringing Butler back on strike for the final delivery. And he backs away to the leg side, plays that expertly to deep mid-wicket. The batsmen run 2, and after 4 overs, England are 25 for no loss. So this is rather responsible batting from England. They obviously see that as important as scoring runs and keeping the scoreboard ticking is making sure they keep wickets, because losing wickets in the power play will obviously hurt. And Afghanistan losing wickets in their power play against Sri Lanka didn't help earlier on today. So they will need to make sure they stay circumspect and respect the bowling, but not too much. At the moment, just over 6 runs and over, and it certainly promises to be a very intriguing contest between New Zealand's bowling attack and England's batting first up. So I'm kind of glad that England decided to bat first. Southey back into the attack. Right arm over the wicket. And Hales pushes him over for the first 6 of the innings. Came partially down the track and bashed him over, back over the bowler's head. And that went all the way down to long on for a 6. A rather flat 6, 80 meters, but a 6 nonetheless. And I think the batsmen have decided that the seamers will have to be attacked. So Southey's economy rate will certainly take a bit of a hit there, pun intended. And that is the type of hit of which Alex Hales would certainly be proud. And he might have been born in New Zealand, but it's obvious where his loyalties lie now. And the second delivery is there's a swing and a miss. It goes through to the wicketkeeper. Hales is chugging along nicely now at 22 for 18. England are 31 for no loss. So I think the message will be just keep up the good work. Don't try anything silly. Protect your wickets at all costs. And certainly the grip of the batsmen has enabled them to wield their bats quite well and add power to their shots. And I will talk about that at the end of the over. Third delivery. Carved away over the mid-wicket area, and that should go all the way to the boundary for 4. This is amazing stuff right now from the England opener, and the England captain will be more than happy to play a supporting role for him so far. 598 boundaries so far, so the next 2 will be the 599th and 600th. So taking advantage of the lack of fielders in the deep, carving that over the... Actually, that wasn't mid-wicket. That was extra cut. That was cover. So carve that over cover for 4. Again, same shot, same result. Although that probably went somewhere between point and cover, but once again, the result is the same. 39 for no loss, and Hales is taking it to the New Zealanders. Once again, short, run down the track. more of a walk down the track, rather. That actually went all the way past Finn Allen at point. It was over his head. He wasn't going to get that. And that is 4 runs. 4 runs to the total. 4 runs to Alex Hales, who's at 30 off 20. Excellent start so far. 2 balls left. What does Southey do? And that is also played straight to the point fielder, but this time Finn Allen is able to recover that and throw that back. Actually, was that Finn Allen or was that Glenn Phillips who threw that back? Yeah, it was Glenn Phillips, because Finn Allen actually throws left-handed despite batting right-handed. So, anxious faces in the England camp. They're happy with the start, but they cannot celebrate just yet. Last ball of Southey's over. What does he do? Over the wicket to the right-handed Hales. And Hales plays that down to mid-on for a single, so he will retain the strike. And after 5 overs of the power play, England are 40 for no loss. 15 runs off that Southey over. Some really good attacking batting from Alex Hales. So that sort of relieved a little bit of pressure on the England batsmen, but obviously they know that even if they do post a good total, that's only half the job done. They've got to restrict New Zealand's batsmen, who have been in destructive form for the most part. Allen and Conway in particular have been providing the team with some good starts, and Glenn Phillips has come in and provided some explosive hitting, some good work from a few other batsmen as well. Of course, after Jos Buttler and Alex Hales, it will be Dawid Malan who will be coming in at 3, and Ben Stokes at number 4, followed by Brooke, Ali, Liam Livingstone, and the bowlers. Santner back into the attack, and Hales pushes that all the way over mid-wicket to the boundary, and that's 4 more runs to England's total. So it looks as though the game plan is to attack the bowlers early on in the power play. And once again, Santner's lack of, it isn't really so much a spinning delivery. There isn't any real flight in that. And it's just sort of fast-paced spin going into the batsman. And that is the 600th 4 of the tournament. And the Afghanistan coach and former England batsman Jonathan Trott also watching with interest. Second delivery, round the wicket to the right-handed Hales, who sort of guides that to the square leg region for a single, bringing the England captain Jos Buttler back on strike. So excellent innings so far from Hales, 36 off 24, strike rate of 150. And England are chugging along very nicely indeed. Now, the fact that spin has been brought in will seem to suggest that in the middle overs, it might get a little bit difficult. So certainly someone like Lockie Ferguson will have a role to play. And Buttler is gone. So obviously that was sort of a lofted shot played with an attempt to try and clear the field, but it didn't really have enough power, and the captain, Kane Williamson, was able to dismiss his counterpart, running all the way from cover to take an absolutely brilliant catch. Now, I don't know why the umpires are standing in the middle. They're probably going to check and see if the ball carried, but there seems to be no doubt in the fielders' minds. There's no doubt in Williamson's mind, and there's certainly no doubt in Butler's mind. He's already started walking off. So, and Williamson has made his case. He's made it clear that he's caught that cleanly. But, of course, that has gone to the third umpire, and I believe Rod Tucker will be looking at that. So, excellent catch there. Caught it quite cleanly, but did he release it? Well. It looks as though Jos Buttler might be told to come back and bat, because it slipped out of Williamson's hands as he was running to catch it. Didn't catch it quite cleanly, slipped out, fell onto the turf, and Rod Tucker is very unanimous, very clear in his decision. That is not out. So probably not the best bit of cricket there from the New Zealand captain, who believed he had gotten this man, or maybe he knew that in his heart it didn't carry, and he was clutching at straws. So a lifeline there for England, a lifeline for Jos Buttler, who started decently well enough, but didn't really get into the groove. Hasn't gotten into the groove as of yet. Obviously trying to clear the fielders, not succeeding at that time, but he's got a life. Fourth ball of the over. No wicket for Santner. What does Santner do? Round the wicket. And Buttler makes the most of his life by playing it all the way to mid-wicket for a single. So I think the best way to describe Santner's bowling is more of a fast spinner. Certainly doesn't have the... Well, I think Williamson, credit to him, has sort of accepted that it didn't carry. So good cricket from him. And the final ball is played for a single, all the way to the offside. So after 6 overs of the power play, England are 47 for no loss. And obviously it was an attempt to try and clear the cover fielder. And Williamson ran in there from extra cover to take what looked like a fine catch, but sadly it didn't quite materialize. So the power play is now over. England are 47 for no loss. Well, actually, it's not quite over because there's still one delivery left. Last ball. And Buttler plays that to cover for a single. Extra cover, rather. And England are now 48 for no wicket after 6 overs. An excellent run rate of exactly 8 and over. So it's all happening out there at the Gabba, and I think Buttler will count himself quite lucky. And yeah, so further, when you're watching television on mute, it's not very easy to follow what's going on because the commentators will obviously have a good ear of everything. And I will have to get some more details on that particular incident from ESPN Cricinfo. Yeah, so Buttler backs away from leg to try and carve this over the offside ring, doesn't time it, flung himself for that, and it appeared to have taken this, but it burst through his hand, was clearly grasped, and I think Williamson in the end also accepted that he didn't quite get it. So, who are you going to call? The partnership breaker, Lockie Ferguson. 2 wickets in 3 matches, a best of 120. Not exactly very prolific, but he has been called on to try and break the partnership and take some important wickets. Will it be Jos Buttler? Will it be Alex Hales? Let's find out. He is bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Jos Buttler. Right arm fast, medium. And Buttler plays that all the way to point for a single. Brings Alex Hales back on strike, who's been batting quite beautifully for his 37 off 25. And it's gone dark at Brisbane. The lights are on in full display. And seeing a full replay of that, I think, Williamson probably should have told the umpires that it didn't really carry rather than let it go to the third umpire there. But with that single by Alex Hales, that takes him to 38. And more significantly, that is the England 50. After 6.2 overs, they've been going on an excellent canter so far, a run rate of 7.89. And having survived the power play with both their wickets intact, they will be looking to consolidate. Ferguson again. And an excellently played shot that by Jos Buttler. The sort of backing away to his leg side and sort of sweeping that behind the wicketkeeper for 6. So England go to 56 for naught, and that will really improve their run rate. Definitely premeditated. Got to the line perfectly. 65 meters, a short 6, but a 6 nonetheless. And the England supporters are delighted with that. So after Alex Hales' heroics, it's Buttler's turn to get back into the spotlight. What does Ferguson do? Well, he bowls his 4th delivery, which Buttler plays all the way to mid-off for a single. And that brings Alex Hales back on strike. 9 runs off this over. So, clearly the decision to bat first has been a bit of a masterstroke by England so far. The power play has been survived with both wickets intact, going along at a decent counter of over 8 and over. Now they can consolidate, perhaps. 2 balls left, and that fifth ball is sort of defended to point, fielded by Finn Allen, who, of course, provided New Zealand that breakneck start against Australia before getting out 8 short of what would have been a magnificent half-century. But Devon Conway continued where he left off and went on to anchor the innings with an unbeaten 92 as New Zealand posted 200. Last ball of this over. And that is played onto Hales's leg, and that goes behind for a single. So 10 runs off that over, rather, and that leaves England on 58 for no loss. So cantering along nicely, getting their runs at a good clip. Excellently played so far by both the batsmen. They've sort of blunted them very well, and this opening partnership will definitely be very crucial. So credit to England. They've obviously come out with a game plan in mind. Winning the toss was, of course, crucial, and they've certainly been able to apply themselves well so far. And they've managed to blunt the best opening bowling partnership in the tournament so far. 7 overs, no loss, 58 runs. And now Ish Sodhi comes into the picture. Leg spinner, who also bowls a wrong one, 30 years old. And this tournament, he's taken 3 wickets in 3 matches with a best of 2 for 21, an economy rate of 6.82, which is decent under the circumstances. Bowling over the wicket to the right-hander Alex Hales, who tries to play that to cover, and that goes to cover, no single. Predicted to reach 199, 200 would be ideal. Second delivery from Sodhi. And that is played straight to point. Do they take a single? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. And that takes Alex Hales to 40 off 30 and brings the England captain Jos Buttler back on strike. So an excellent beginning so far from England. Nicely fielded by Mitchell Santner. And good work by Devon Conway, but Buttler was home and dry. The Buttler providing good service to Hales for now, and obviously aiding England's cause with a steady hand. Third delivery, and that is played behind the wicketkeeper almost all the way to what we would call backward square leg for a single. And 60 for no loss after 7.5 overs, exactly 8 and over. Fourth delivery. And another single, this time to long off from Alex Hales. So Buttler is again back on strike. Certainly seems to me that they're playing Sodhi right now with a lot of circumspection. Leg spin has traditionally been England's Achilles heel. So they will not want to try and go hammer and tongs just yet, especially not in the 8th over. And the Barmy Army, England's travelling supporters, are in full voice. Fifth delivery. Attempted reverse sweep from Buttler. Doesn't connect with that. That goes straight to Mitchell Santner at point. No run. And perhaps more importantly, no wicket. And we see someone in a King Charles costume, rather, trying to get the crowd revved up. What they won't think of next. Last ball of the over. And played to point. No run taken. So a good over under the circumstances for New Zealand. 3 runs from it. And England are 61 for no loss after 8 overs. So probably as well played as they could. And certainly in these first 8 overs, they've done well to keep both of their wickets intact. Alex Hales obviously has been the one leading the charge. Buttler's been, providing a supporting role. And it's up to Williamson now to try and find a way to break this partnership. And of course, with David Malan and Moeen Ali coming in, Ali has been in quite good form in this tournament. And when England came to Australia to play their T20 ODI series, which they won 2-0 from 3 matches. Milan also certainly looked in good touch. So it's back to the left arm spinner Mitchell Santner, who probably, with all due respect, has been more of a straight bowler, really. 11 runs off his 2 overs, no wickets. Round the wicket to the right-handed Alex Hales, who expertly guides that beyond point. Will they run for 2? Yes, they will! And the resulting throw was from Trent Bolt really wasn't the best, and it sort of made their job easier. Expertly guided, and the umpires are going to have to speak to Alex Hales about running on the wicket there, because that will probably give England an unfair advantage when they bowl. The batsman will have to be careful. You cannot actually run on the pitch in the middle when you're batting. Second delivery went down the track, couldn't get to the pitch of that, and that harmlessly went to the gully/point region for no runs. Discussions there. Ali might perhaps be the next batsman in to provide some variety, maybe attack the spinners. And an excellent third delivery, which Hales tried to play by backing away to the leg side, couldn't quite reach it, and this one certainly had perhaps some fizz in it, if not flight, and it went straight through to Devon Conway. So England will need to be careful here. And that delivery is played all the way to the extra cover region for a single by Hales, and that brings Buttler back on strike. So this partnership has been going well so far, 64 without loss, and Milan and Ali are expected to follow in. A premeditated attempted reverse sweep played into the ground. They run for a single and they get it. So decent innovation that from Jos Buttler, but is there an overthrow? No, there isn't. They decide not to chance it. And of course, if a foot throw from the fielder actually comes in and misses the wicket and the fielder is unable to gather it and it runs away from them, the batsman can, of course, run for an extra run. Last delivery. Played well by Alex Hales, past the cover fielder. That goes all the way to deep cover for 2. And with that, the over is ended. 67 for no loss after 9 overs. So they have actually managed to get to the 9-over landmark with both their wickets intact, scoring runs quite well. A little under 8 so far, but they will probably look to accelerate once they get to the final overs. But they've consolidated very well. Certainly not looked to play any rash shots. And of course, let's not forget that Jos Buttler did have a hairy moment when he was almost caught out, only for the third umpire to rule otherwise. So they enter the attack now. Right arm over the wicket to the right-handed batsman Hales, who plays that expertly to mid-wicket for 2 runs. Or was that in fact Buttler who played that? Yes, that was the England captain Jos Buttler who played that. My apologies. So obviously the first it was tucked away to mid-wicket. Excellent running between the wickets over there. The throw came in, wasn't quick enough. And the most important thing for batsmen when they run back for their second run is to make sure the bat is properly grounded. Reverse sweep, second delivery, goes all the way to the deep backward point region for 4. So England are now finally up and running. And it was just as well that Buttler had connected with that, because if he had missed that, it would have been a perfect LBW shout. Pitched in line of off stump, probably going on to hit him plumb and hit the wicket, but well connected. And so the reverse sweep seems to be his favorite weapon in his batting armory. Third delivery from Ish Sodhi. Buttler goes down the track, but guides that to mid-wicket for a single. No rush to get the second. Glenn Phillips with the throw in back to the wicketkeeper. And that brings Alex Hales on strike. 4 runs away from a very accomplished, brilliantly played half-century. Certainly taken the attack to Boult and Southey and company. Strike rate of 128. A 6 and 6 4s, top stuff from the opener. And that is also guided between point and cover for a single, so Hales is content to deal in singles for now. 75 for no loss after 9.4 overs, a run rate of 7.76. Another boundary could very well put it at 8 and over, but I think England are content to play responsibly and just not try anything silly. Fifth delivery of the over the wicket. And that is once again played all the way to short mid-wicket, if you will, for a single. That brings Hales back on strike. Jos Buttler playing a pretty important hand there, 27 off 22. He should be on his way to a 50 of his own if he can stay out there long enough. And you can see the frustration on the face of the lightning bolt. Lightning bolt of anger, if you will. Last delivery of the over, played once again to extra cover. And at the end of the 10th over, England is 77 for no loss. So at the midway point, 10 runs off that over, by the way, excellent showing there. At the midway point right now, England have definitely vindicated Jos Buttler's decision to bat first, and they had to make a brave decision because in their first two games, the 2 games they played, they were obviously chasing, and they made a bit of a meal of it against Afghanistan when they adopted a more sedate approach, losing 5 wickets in the process, and that sedate approach cost them big time against Ireland, it must be said. So England, of course, came into this tournament ranked second in the world, in decent form, of course, with that series win against Australia in Australia, but never really got going at the beginning. This will probably be the game which will really be a test of their mettle. And mind you, even if England do win, they still have to beat Sri Lanka in their last game. But if England do pull off a magnificent win over New Zealand, I think it is fair to say that their confidence will be high against the Sri Lankan team. But the Sri Lankans have shown that they're not quite pushovers. Yes, they have lost to Sri Lanka. They've also lost to Sri Lanka have lost to Australia and they have lost to New Zealand. They've picked up wins over Ireland and Afghanistan. So their game against England will be the crunch game for them. And of course, run rate comes into play. If England manage to win, it will definitely improve their net run rate, and that gives them a little bit of an advantage. So many permutations coming in here. As for New Zealand, well, obviously they're a bit disappointed not to have taken any wickets. I would say disgusted, perhaps, because you can see the look on Trent Boult's face. If you're watching the television, he has not been best impressed. So it'll be up to Kane Williamson to decide what he does with his bowlers, how he rotates them, and what bowler he uses to try and prize open the England batting order. And obviously they will need to get rid of this partnership, which has gone on to 77 at 7.7 and over, obviously, chugging along very nicely. And one would think that in the latter overs, certainly Buttler and Hales can in fact hit out. And of course, if they do get out, on will probably come Malan and Stokes to play. I believe Ali has also been mooted as a possible entrance. Showing some magic moments so far. Mitchell Santner himself bowling, and England pummeling New Zealand in the 2016 T20 World Cup. Buttler, of course, was at the crease. And you see Ben Stokes and Moeen Ali celebrating there. So is history repeating itself tonight? And that first ball of Mitchell Santner's final over, edged behind the wicketkeeper, no slip fielder there, and that goes to the boundary, and that takes Hales to a very well played 50, 52 off 39 balls at a strike rate of 4 runs every 3 balls, or 133.333333. 1 6, 7 4s, 2 doubles, 10 singles. Excellent, excellent batting. Just what England needed tonight. Santner's second delivery, round the wicket. And just when we were complimenting Hales, he does something like that. Gifting Santner his first wicket, and the partnership is broken at 81. Going down the track, trying to get a whiff of that. Some spin over there, and it sort of moved away from him, and an easy stumping for Devon Conway. Hales was certainly not getting back. So the end of a fine innings from Alex Hales, 52 off 40, and in comes Moeen Ali, the left-handed batsman, who will obviously provide a little bit of contrast, but not the way Hales wanted to get out, or maybe he had an idea of getting out to bring Ali in and maybe just help keep the scoreboard ticking. So maybe in one sense it's unselfish cricket in a way, but now that Ali's come in, it'll be interesting to see how he deals with the left arm spin of Mitchell Santner, who certainly with that delivery, it was a sort of a faster delivery. There was a little bit of spin, moved away from the right-handed batsman, who reached out to play for it, completely missed it, went through to the wicketkeeper, Devon Conway, and all he had to do was get that ball in his gloves and hit the wicket. Stumped out. Stumped by Devon Conway, bowled by Mitchell Santner for 52 off 40. But this brings Moeen Ali to the crease. 1,019 runs, 7 half-centuries in T20 cricket, personal best of 72. So he can certainly play, and he will provide a contrast. And immediately Santner goes over the wicket to the left-handed Ali, and he gets off the mark with a single to point. Hales was so far out of his crease, he was never getting back. Missed that completely. Rush of blood to the head, and the partnership was broken. So, be warned, Santner is deceptive. Back round the wicket to the right-handed Jos Buttler, who plays that down to mid-on, or sort of mid-longish on for a single, and that brings Moeen Ali back on strike. So, rather cheeky banner there, hoping for England to win so that India could beat them in the finals. Dream on, dream on, dream on. Back over the wicket to the left-handed Moeen Ali, who smacks Santner down the ground, only for a single though. The fielder was there at long off. Tim Southey doing the job. So Ali has been, of course, in decent form in the run-up to this tournament and during this tournament. He, of course, very nearly snatched a victory for England against Ireland, only for rain to say, not today, son. Last ball of Santner's innings. And that is played down to long off for a single. And so Santner ends his little stint with a wicket, a fortuitous wicket in the final over of his bowling stint. And his figures will certainly reflect a period of struggle and eventual reward. So 85 for 1 after 11 overs, England. So, Alex Hales' half-century, his blistering, brilliant innings came to a rather end with a rush of blood to the head. And Santner's stint ended with 4 overs, 1 for 25. And now we are back with Ish Sodhi, who will be bowling his third over the wicket to the right-handed Buttler, who sort of guides that to the gully area and doesn't get the single he needs. So 29 off 25 balls, he will be expected to try and start to hit out a little bit. And England definitely need to start accelerating as soon as they can. Second ball from Sodhi's over. Once again, over the wicket to the right-handed Buttler. And he hoiks that all the way over mid-wicket. They choose to run for the second. Very risky indeed. But the throw was wayward and Buttler gets his double. Let's see what's in the chat so far. Yep, good batting performance from England so far. I see Werewolf has come in from Canada with his Union Jack flag. Let's go, UK, UK. Thankfully, I wouldn't say terrible, but they've been blunted so far. And Hannah, of course, cheekily going for New Zealand. And the third delivery, reverse swept by Buttler. And that goes all the way behind the third man region for a boundary. So he's used the reverse sweep very well and has been very fortunate to be able to connect, as has been seen. So clearly there was some spin in that delivery, a little bit slower, but it was premeditated, point over the field, and it went all the way to third man. So certainly an exercise in how to play that reverse sweep effectively. Hasn't played the switch hit yet. Not too sure if he can, but that won't matter to him one bit. 91 for 1, and Butler is now chugging along very nicely. Over the wicket still to the right-handed Butler, and the fourth delivery is played for a single, and that brings the left-handed Moeen Ali back on strike. So does Ish Sodhi change his bowling angle? Hanno calling Wolf a traitor. Werewolves always supported England. God save the king. I've got the score dealt with, son. Don't worry about that, Hanno. And I always do that after the end of every over. You know me by now. So Butler moves on to 36 off 28. And Ali so far has played a more than decent supporting role. So he stays over the wicket to the left-handed Ali, plays that to the mid-wicket area, and they get a double. So that takes England to 94 for 1 with 1 ball to go. And so England do seem to have a pretty decent game plan of how to attack the spinners, and the decision to bring Moeen Ali in has been inspired so far. Ali has certainly shown that he can play the spinners very well, and with the left-hander in the side, it's always going to be an advantage. Last ball of Sodhi's third over, still over the wicket to the left-handed Ali, and that is played to point. Hoping for a single, Butler says no, and that is the end of that. So 9 runs from the over, 94 for 1 after 12. And once again, we see some more than decent batting, some smart batting from England to try and keep the scoreboard ticking. And it's still more or less at about 8 runs and over, and they will obviously look to try and accelerate in the final overs. So Ben Stokes coming in, if he gets his eye in, will certainly have a role to play. I think Butler might look to get his half-century, and maybe if he gets out, it will be the perfect opportunity for Ben Stokes to come in and start hitting. Stokes has had a quiet tournament so far. Lockie Ferguson for his second over. First ball over the wicket to the right-handed Butler. Goes through Butler's defences, but straight to the wicketkeeper. And actually, Butler did have a swing at that, didn't connect with that. And again, it's going to be very interesting to see how they play Ferguson, who has come in a bit faster now. Certainly the bounce in the pitch has taken that well over the wicket, and Butler cannot attempt to have a wild swing at that for every single delivery, because if that had been a slower ball, didn't bounce too much, it certainly would have cleaned him up. Second delivery over the wicket to the right-handed Butler. Right arm, medium fast. And that is carved over long off for another boundary. And that takes him to 40 off 30 balls. A very similar scoring rate to Alex Hales at this point in time. England are 98 for 1. So really good stuff going on over there. Ferguson basically bowled it right into the slot. Butler knew what he wanted to do, and he said, "Thank you very much indeed, son." And that goes all the way over long off for a boundary. Long off, long off, long off. What does Ferguson do now? Well, he bowls that short, and another drop catch. So it's fair to say that Jos Butler is having a really, really blessed time out of that, because he smacked that all the way to a deep mid-wicket where Daryl Mitchell was waiting. All he had to do was grab that cleanly to avoid it going for 6. And I suppose to his credit, at least he didn't let that go for 4. But a second drop catch in the innings. And New Zealand's fielding, which has normally been magnificent, normally been world-class, has been disappointing today, for want of a better word. The catching will let them down. Over the wicket to the left-handed Ali, who plays that to a square leg for a single, and that brings up England's 100 from 12.4 overs. Certainly more than decent crack at it so far. 38 balls per 50, 76 balls for their 100. So it's all happening out there. It's all happening. And once again, a charmed life for Butler. I think it's fair to say that Mitchell overran himself and couldn't really get that cleanly. So, fifth ball, Butler makes them pay. Smacked back down the ground for a boundary, and you can clearly see how angry Butler was with himself for that last shot, which very nearly cost him his wicket. The Barmy Army don't care. They're in full voice, enjoying this performance, and life goes on. Stand and deliver, straight in the slot, straight back down the ground, and Lockie is not happy. And the last ball is, of course, sort of flat batted all the way down to long on, and that's another boundary. So that takes England to 108 for 1 at the end of 13 overs, and Butler has decided enough's enough, I am going to hit out. 14 from that over, a dropped catch, it's all happening out there, and I am so privileged to be bringing this to you live on Hanno's Coach's Corner. So, everything's come up roses so far for Jos Buttler today, and he is making the most of his time out there. He is now, of course, 1 run away from a 50 of his own. He will certainly look to want to get it. 33 balls so far for his 49 with a 6 and 5 fours. Moeen Ali with his supportive hand so far. 5 off 5. Certainly a kind of anchor so far. So they're showing an analysis of the change of pace from Mitchell Santner, who, credit to him, can bowl fast and slow. Ish Sodhi, over the wicket to the left-handed Moeen Ali, who hoiks that in the air. Is there a fielder under it? Yes, there is, and this time they catch it. So Ali's short stay at the crease comes to an end. Looked to try and get into some touch, but couldn't really get in. Never really got the connection he wanted. That went high and long, but not long enough. And there was a fielder all the way at long on running to get that. And it is, of course, Trent Boult who gets that. So, third wicket down for England. A second wicket down, rather. 108 for 2, 5 for Moeen Ali. And it'll be interesting to see who comes in. Will it be the right-handed David Malan or the left-handed Ben Stokes? Because it's into the 14th over right now, and 2 more overs will take it to the 16th and 17th overs. That will be the time, of course, when England will look to want to hit out whenever they can. But it's going to be difficult because the next batsman coming in will have to face Sodhi. The spinners have taken both wickets so far, surprisingly, and the fast bowlers haven't had much joy. And it'll be very interesting to see in the second innings if Sam Curran and company can make hay while the sun shines. And of course, at the end of the 18th over, I will be, pasting the link for anyone who wants to join in the chat. Ish Sodhi and Santner, decent spin bowlers. Adil Rashid is the king of spin. Something on your forehead, mate. And listen, this is a sort of a holy kind of powder which we put on our forehead every time we pray. I'll take about it later. And obviously, Wolf isn't happy with Moeen Ali's dismissal, which brings Liam Livingstone to the crease. Liam Livingstone has so far been another of England's supposedly formed batsmen. It was his innings of 29 which got England home against Afghanistan. And England were nearly made to pay for that slow, sedate, rather boring approach, which also saw wickets falling. Once again played over the wicket to the right-handed Livingstone, who sort of defends that. Not for him will there be any talk of anything silly. And of course, those 3-dot balls with the wicket have brought England's run rate down to exactly 8. And that is played to point for a single. So Livingstone off the mark, and that brings Jos Buttler back on strike. 49 off 33. I'm sure he might want to perhaps... Livingstone has, of course, has a record of 151 sixes in T20 international since 2021. Certainly a dangerous hitter, but he's coming in right now with England in a little spot of bother. Over the wicket to Buttler. Defends that, to cover, no single forthcoming. Still has one ball left. He will obviously want to get his 50. And of course, once he departs, it could very well be that Ben Stokes comes into the picture, already padded up, waiting for the fall of the next wicket. Last ball of Southey's stint. And again, they're looking for the single, and they eventually get it. A misfield over there by Kane Williamson at extra cover gives Butler his 50. And what a time to score it in your 100th T20 International of 35 balls. Now, obviously, with the responsibility of holding the innings together, England, of course, now at 110 for 2. 2 singles off that over, Ish Southey's last over, and that can certainly be counted as a success with the wicket and just those 2 singles. So 6 overs left. Jos Buttler 50 not out. Liam Livingstone in, a man who is the leading 6 hitter in T20 international cricket for the past 2 years. So what will England's game plan be? Obviously, Livingstone, having just come in, will need to play himself in, but at the same time, he will also want to start getting to the line of the ball and start hitting. The spinners have bowled themselves out, so Trent Boult is now back into the picture. Left arm over the wicket to the right-handed Butler, who plays that quite expertly to point and gets to 2 runs. So showing some highlights from the bowling of Wanindu Hasaranga, the spinner who took 3 wickets against Afghanistan. He could certainly have a role to play for Sri Lanka against England in their final game. And so far, though, when it comes to attacking the spinners and playing the spinners, the batsmen have done really well. The spinners are now out, and Trent Boult's come back in. Left arm over the wicket, and he bowls to the right-handed Butler, who smacks it back down the ground to the long-on boundary for another 4, and that takes him to 36 off 37. So it seems to me that the pace bowling has sort of lost a little bit of its bite, and Butler is able to use the pace perfectly, rocking on his back foot, playing that straight down the ground, along the ground for 4, and England are back up and running. Third delivery, played all the way to square leg. Deep square leg, 1 more boundary, 60 for Jos Buttler, 10 balls off 3 for Trent Boult, and he is lightning mad at the moment. An attempted slower ball, Butler picked that perfectly, and could Butler score a century here? And the New Zealand fielders are looking nonplussed at the moment. Butler, of course, has had 2 lives. 4th delivery, will that be signaled wide? Yes, it will be. And that's 1 more run to the England total. The run rate has now come up to over 8 once again. And again, some stuff about fantasy points, 117 for Dhananjaya Silva, 105 for Wanindu. So if you're playing fantasy league cricket, I doubt many of you are, you can obviously check some of that out and consider those players. Over the wicket, 4th ball. 3rd ball, rather. Yeah, 4th ball. And that is, of course, played to deep mid-wicket for a single. Liam Livingstone on strike now. And Jos Buttler is now 3 runs away from usurping his former captain Owen Morgan as England's most successful T20 international batsman. Alex Hales also could have cracked 2,000 today, but got out. Over the wicket to Livingstone, who skies that in the air, and that will fall safely in the extra cover region, or rather the cover region. So, once again, Williamson having no joy. Definitely skied up in the air, probably saw that the field was open. Williamson was never going to get that, and that went all the way beyond cover, and Livingstone could get 2. So, what does Boult do? An expensive over by his standards, and Livingstone sort of bats that into the ground. That goes all the way to backward square leg for a single, so he will retain strike, and England are now running along well. 15 runs off that over, 125 for 2. My bad. So even with the excitement of watching that, I have fallen behind on updating the ticker. Do please forgive me, all of you. So Bolt has bowled his third over so far. No real joy for him. And be very interesting to see what the bowlers do from here on in. 5 overs remaining. England going strong, 125 for 2. 75 runs off these next 5 overs at the rate of 15 and over will take them to 200. I'm not sure that will be a possibility with Southey coming back into the attack. Right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Livingston, who sort of plays a cross-batted shot all the way to long on for a single, and that brings his captain, Jos Buttler, back on strike. So Southey's going to have to really get his lines right here. Bolt has been expensive, not been able to get the swing he wanted. I mean, Buttler, of course, has had quite a few lives here. Obviously, 2 dropped catches, and that's attempted and that shot, which was a sort of fringe cut behind the wicket. Now he plays this one over to the deep backward square leg fielder and gets another 2. 3 runs off this over so far. Run rate of 8.35. And New Zealand's batsmen will have it all to do. I think England's bowlers will fancy their chances on this wicket in the second innings, but there are still 5 overs to go. We'll see how well they do. Southey over the wicket to Buttler. Plays that to the cover region for a single. And it looks as though they're going to try and rotate the strike right now. And that takes him beyond Owen Morgan to become England's best ever, most successful rather, T20 international batsman with 2,459 runs from 92 innings. And no one is happier to see that than Morgan himself. 4th ball, Livingston coming down the track, completely missing that, goes through to Conway. And obviously they're eager to show the good fortune that Buttler had early on in his innings. Those 2 drop catches have certainly helped him. And it will remain to be seen whether those 2 drop catches will prove fatal. Not that it will necessarily matter to New Zealand, because they still look in great shape and should go through to the semis. But if England can win, it will be great. And this 5th ball is smited by Livingston. Dr. Livingston, maybe, all the way over the deep mid-wicket boundary for a big 6. 10 off the over so far. That takes England to 135 for 2. Got to the pace of that well, stood and delivered. 98 meters. That is huge, as the legendary Darrell Eastlake would say. Huge. Rest in peace, sir. Last ball of the over. What does Southey do? Well, Livingston skied that in the air. There could be a fit. No, that's also escaped the fielder. So, and it's all happening out there. 2 runs from that last ball. 12 off the over. England are chugging along magnificently so far. 4 overs to go. Will they hit out? That was sort of skied over the to the mid-on region, but there was no fielder there. And the number of times that England have been able to sky the ball and find an open field has been really uncanny. It's hard to tell whether that was premeditated or whether it was luck. Well, there was certainly some luck with those 2 drop catches for Jos Buttler. And of course, he could very nearly have been bowled early on in his innings and also been out LBW, only to connect with bat and ball and send that for 4.
Yeah, I think it's a good score. It didn't feel like a typical sort of flat, true pitch you get at the cover. So I thought Josh played exceptionally well there to put the accelerator on in the back end. There's a little bit of spin and a tiny bit too pace. So hopefully, if we bowl well, we can defend it.
Josh played brilliantly, but you picked up a 15, a vital match. How did it feel for you?
Yeah, very good. Obviously, felt a little bit out of touch the last few games. To contribute in a decent partnership up the top in a big game for us, felt good.
What was the talk amongst yourself and Josh around the approach to Bolton Southey in the power play?
Sorry, I said.
What was the talk about the power play and facing Southey and Bolt?
Yeah, I think obviously they're swinging and getting a good chance to swing up top, so have to sort of play reasonably cautiously, good strong shots to start with, and once that swing stops, look to take the positive option, and that was the plan today.
You know this ground pretty well. What's going to be the key for your bowlers?
I think changing the pace, I think hitting the pitch hard, trying to make it hit as square as possible to the big side is going to be really important with cutters and slow ball bounces and lots of change up. I think it's going to be key.
Well done, and all the best in the second innings.
Cheers.
Right, so that was Alex Hales speaking there, talking about how they were able to effectively counter or sort of new to the swing of Southey and Bolt early on, play a little bit cautiously and get to their total. So 54 runs in the final 4 overs, a pretty poor performance when they could have certainly had at least 20 or 30 more. But as it stands now, New Zealand need 180 from 120. England will look to possibly try and defend that total. They are going to have to make sure they change their pace and also hit the right lengths. It certainly was a bit of a flatter pitch than expected at the Gabba in some ways, but there was a little bit of movement on offer, and the batsmen, credit to them, were able to make the most of their time in the middle. I'll take a look in the chat. And as I said, I'm also going to enter the... I see the goal differences come in. Just subscribed. Well done to you. Thanks a lot for joining in. And I've also posted the link to the event in here. So if you want to come on and give your thoughts about the innings in question, please feel free to click the link and join. I will take a look at you in the studio and welcome you on board. But decent day's work, which didn't really end the way it wanted for England, but the onus is now on their bowlers. Sam Curran, obviously, having led the way so far in this tournament with his 5-wicket haul against Afghanistan and 10 wickets so far. He will certainly be key, how he can swing it, how he can change his pace. And taking a look at, the England bowling lineup, we will see how well they do, what they can possibly offer. I'm going to take a look at the scorecard and see. Well, obviously, Sam Curran came in. David Mallon, of course, came in near the end. And, of course, Chris Wokes, Mark Wood, and Adil Rashid will have a role to play. Wokes and Wood being 2 seamers along with Sam Curran. Rashid and Ali will provide spin. And, of course, Ben Stokes can also come in either at first or second change. So, certainly... a lot to look forward to. And of course, talking about Jos Buttler becoming England's leading run scorer for England in T20 internationals. He now has 2,468. And if he is able to score 32 against Sri Lanka, he will reach 2,500 runs. Of course, very lucky to have had 2 lives. Dropped, of course, by Kane Williamson when on 8. And Daryl Mitchell when on 40. But he made the most of those chances, went on to score 73 runs, certainly taking the attack to the pacemen and spinners alike. But you kind of had a sense that once he got out, it was going to be very difficult for the new batsman coming in to try and up the ante, and that's how it's proved. So, an over-by-over analysis talks of how in the first 10 overs they were able to score 77 for no loss. And then, of course, from the 11th to the 15th over, when they needed to start, consolidating, they ended up scoring 46, 48 and losing 2 wickets. And I think taking a look at the dismissals, there will be some dismissals that the batsman will look back on and say, I wish I hadn't played that way. Hales falling to a rush of blood to get stumped. Ali skying it to long on to lose his wicket. Livingston completely missing the line and getting bowled by Lockie Ferguson. That was, of course, Harry Brook, who tried to sky that over the long on boundary and failing. Butler tragically being run out at the non-striker's end. Sharp throw from Kane Williamson, and of course, Ben Stokes getting out leg before wicket off Lockie Ferguson's and New Zealand's penultimate ball. So, obviously, Hanno is happy with England's mini collapse near the end. And again, if any of you want to join in, just feel free to come on. The link's in the chat. Click the link. If you're in the studio, I will see you and I will add you on. Right. Just taking a look at the analysis, of course, further analysis. And Mark Wood could very well be key, having had a selection of 3-wicket hauls in T20s this year. So it could very well be that Mark Wood and Sam Curran it could be Mark Wood and Chris Wokes who might open the batting, and Sam Curran and Ben Stokes will come on as the change bowlers. Spin, of course, to be provided by Adil Rashid, the leg spinner, and Moeen Ali, if necessary. Chasing might perhaps be a little bit difficult, so obviously the decision to bat first was well vindicated. But again, England will need to make the most of this chance when they bowl. And of course, their head-to-head record in the last 6 2020 internationals has been evenly split. 3 wins for both teams. And a reminder, if New Zealand win, they will seal their qualification for the semi-finals while effectively ending England's campaign. And England need to win, as I've said, to stay alive in the tournament and also beat Sri Lanka, because despite their positive net run rate, their record has not been good. And of course, now the New Zealand batsmen are sort of having some last-minute, stretches, getting themselves ready. And it's all coming down to these 20 overs. Who will come out on top? Some crisps. When I'm in tension, I eat. And there'll also be some really good cricket coming up later in the week from Group 2. Pakistan against South Africa. We will, of course, look to bring that to you on Hanno's Coach Corner, on the Coach's Corner. And that is a game which Pakistan also needs to win because they are in dire straits as well, with 1 win and 2 defeats. The second of those losses to Zimbabwe, particularly damaging. South Africa, in stark contrast, looking in really good form, looking really likely to qualify for the semi-finals. India also fairly strong. Bangladesh also with a chance. Pakistan, it must be said, look a little bit down and out. They've not been able to get to grips so far, and I think in both of their games they pretty much choked with the ball against India and with the bat against Zimbabwe. And even the thumping win over the Netherlands has not really helped them too much in terms of their overall record and their run rate. An advertisement there for unicef.org.au/cricket. Please donate whatever you can to help girls play cricket and other sports around the world. So apparently Wolf is quite confident about New Zealand getting that target. I wouldn't exactly say that they are, in trouble because look, their batting, albeit batting first, has been explosive in this tournament so far. Devon Conway top scoring with 92 against Australia. Finn Allen with a rollicking 42 in that match. Glenn Phillips getting into the act with a fine century against Sri Lanka. The possible weak link might be the captain, Kane Williamson, who hasn't really been able to get set, but just as Joss Butler found form today, maybe this might be Williamson's game to shine. At the moment, though, it is Finn Allen and Devon Conway who will be beginning proceedings. Right-handed batsman, right-handed opening combination. And of course, from the bowling attack, it'll be interesting to see who starts up for England. Could it be Mark Wood? Could it be Chris Wokes? It might be Mark Wood, with Curran and Stokes to come on as first and second change. Well, this is interesting. Butler has decided to start off proceedings with Moeen Ali. Off spinner. 40 wickets in T20 internationals, playing his 68th international tonight. 3 innings for Allen. So he got in with that 42, but hasn't really convinced otherwise. And of course, Devon Conway, ranked number 2 in the world right now. 3 innings, but his best is 92. So could very well be that they could be gotten out quite cheaply. Left-handed Conway, rather. And here's the countdown. So it will be the right-handed Finn Allen to come up against the off-spin, the right-arm off-spin of Moeen Ali. Bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Allen, who plays that to mid-wicket and gets a couple of runs at deep mid-wicket. So this will be very interesting to see how they play. Second delivery, over the wicket, played down to mid-on for a single, and that brings Devon Conway on strike. So also working overtime to make sure the ticker is working quite well. And an anxious wait there. So the left-handed Devon Conway on strike. Does Moeen Ali change his bowling angle? Yes, he does. He's now bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Devon Conway. Short run up. And attempted a stumping there. So for a stumping, the back foot and the bat have got to be behind the crease. The captain, Joss Butler, behind the wicket doing the work, but I think it's fair to say that Conway will probably be just safe. Apparently, the England batsmen are celebrating, and that has been referred to Rod Tucker in the studio. The Australian umpire, Tucker, very experienced himself. Now, you could see the flight and the spin over there. Obviously, Conway looking to play at that. His back foot had sort of come out of the crease. Did he bring it back in time? Excellent work from Joss Butler behind the stumps. He thinks he's got his man. I'm not too sure why they're looking for an edge there, because they're claiming a stumping. Certainly no question of an LBW. And has he gotten his man? Nope. I believe Conway was able to get his foot back just in time. So some decent work there from Joss Butler, but not really worth it in the end. Or, of course, the umpire will look to see if the back foot is perfectly on the ground. And of course, from the reverse angle, he will obviously look at that and see that the top of Conway's foot was just behind the line. And to be very clear, if the foot is on the line, you can be out. So, yeah, I think that sort of confirms it. Conway he did stretch out to try and get that, but got his back foot behind the crease just in time. And it is not out. So, of course, in very tight calls, the benefit of the doubt will almost certainly go to the batsman. 3 for naught off 3 balls. And Ali has sort of tightened things up at his end, but let's see if Conway decides to play down the ground. No, he doesn't. He defends at that. A dot ball. Dot ball's a currency. Maintaining a good line to the left-hander, who hasn't been able to come down the track. 5th ball. And that was sort of popped up in the air to the gully fielder, who wasn't close enough. So a 3rd dot ball from the over, and Conway survives. Last ball of the 1st over. What does Devon Conway do? And that is sort of edge behind the wicketkeeper to where the slip fielder would normally be, and they take the single. So, 1st over gone. New Zealand are 4 without loss. 8 beginning so far. And what Butler does now could very well define his stewardship of the England team. Because a reminder, if England fail to win, all they can do is hope to beat Sri Lanka to end up with a record of played 5, won 2, lost 2 with 1 no result. And whether that will be enough to get them over the line, it remains to be seen. In all probability, it won't, because Australia will now have 3 wins, and if they beat Afghanistan in their final match, they will get through. So, to depend on Afghanistan to try and spring an almighty shock will not be wise, and England will have to look back on this and blame themselves. Chris Woakes with the 2nd over, bowling over the wicket, right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Conway. With that single off the final ball of Moeen Ali's over, he retained strike. And so it's interesting to see that aside from those 2 brilliant innings against Australia, neither Allen nor Conway were able to consolidate with just 1 run in their subsequent 2 innings. So they can be dismissed quite cheaply. Chris Woakes running in right now. And Conway is able to play that across the line all the way to the forwards square leg, or deep mid, forward, sort of the forwards square leg position as a left-hander. And he gets a couple. Anyone in the chat? Oris Talks Football is in. Big up, son. How are you? Good to see you, and thanks for joining in. 3rd ball, play to the left-handed Conway, who plays it behind leg slip for a single, and that takes New Zealand to 7 for no loss. So 9 balls bowled so far, 7 runs, no boundaries, and this is an anxious wait right now for the New Zealand batsmen. Obviously, both Conway and Allen are going to look to stay in, not play any ridiculous shots. England do have a good bowling arsenal, and it will remain to be seen how they will bowl not only to Allen and Conway, but also to Kane Williamson, Glenn Phillips, Daryl Mitchell, and the other batsmen coming in. Could they possibly bowl New Zealand out? I don't know. The one thing that has helped England is that they've batted all their 20 overs in their completed. Obviously, they've batted all 20 overs and not been fully dismissed. And that fourth ball was played by the right-handed Finn Allen all the way to the mid-wicket region for a single, bringing Conway back on strike. So, no boundaries as of yet, and it will remain to be seen if and when New Zealand will start hitting out. Woakes, fifth delivery, over the wicket to the left-handed Conway. Excellently bowled, cramping up for room, defends that all the way to the offside, and it's another dot ball. So, some very cagey stuff right now, and one would imagine that Adil Rashid will have a role to play in the middle overs, as of course should Mark Wood and maybe Sam Curran. Last ball of the second over the wicket. And appeal for a catch, and a wicket has fallen. So, Devon Conway obviously trying to hoik that behind the wicketkeeper, didn't really connect with that, and all he did was succeed in guiding that to his fellow wicketkeeper and the England captain, Jos Buttler. So, at the end of the second over, New Zealand are 8 for 1. An amazing start, what they needed, and New Zealand are very well up against it now. Well, some persistent stuff there from Chris Woakes, who was able to prevent the batsman from really getting that much in terms of an advantage. And I think the pressure probably told on Devon Conway, who couldn't really connect. So, decent seam position over there, backing away to the offside, hoping to hoik that behind the fielder. Didn't really connect, and an excellent catch taken by the England captain, who is able to prevent that from becoming grounded. And you could see the delight on his face. He has picked the perfect game to have that performance so far, but it has gone to review, and the umpire will look to see if that has in fact been grounded. So from this angle, it might be better to see. It looks as though he's caught it cleanly. Buttler seems convinced. What does Tucker think? Well, there's no question of benefit of the doubt as far as I'm concerned. He is in fact out. So it has been confirmed that Devon Conway is out. Trudges back to the pavilion. 3 off 9, never got going. After 2 overs, New Zealand are 8 for 1. So the big question, does Jos Buttler bring Moeen Ali back, or does he now bring in a seamer? Well, certainly Moeen Ali was able to do a pretty decent job in tying up an end, conceding 4 off his over. And obviously 4 was conceded off this over. So no boundaries, 1 wicket. It's a good start for England so far. More advertisements. No one else in the chat. Another reminder, the link is in the chat right now, posted onto YouTube. If any of you want to join, please click the link and I will look for you in the studio and you can come in and have a chat with me. And now here comes New Zealand captain, Kane Williamson. He will be at the non-striker's end. And so Buttler has chosen to mix it up by bringing in the leg spinner, Adil Rashid, over the wicket to the right-handed Finn Allen, who was able to play that all the way to the extra cover region, and they can run a single. Just replaying the wicket right now. Not really getting the connection he wanted, didn't really get the elevation he wanted, went straight to Buttler, who was able to claim that catch and did it brilliantly. And England are delighted. But a single off Rashid's first ball, and he will be bowling now to another right-handed batsman in the New Zealand captain. Certainly some gaps on the legs, so Rashid will have to maintain a good line. Second delivery, over the wicket. Well bowled. Huh? I'll put him on the side. the difficulty of doing this job, having people calling me to come and eat. It is what it is. Third ball. And that is played into the mid-wicket region for a single. So this is good stuff from Adil Rashid, keeping a proper line, not really giving too much. And they're replaying Joss Butler's catch in real time, diving all the way to his right to claim that, having the presence of mind to sort of prevent that from touching the ground, doing what his counterpart couldn't do to him, a means of saying that's the way you do that. Reverse sweep by Finn Allen, played all the way to the point region, saved from a boundary, but they should be able to run for 3. So clearly Finn Allen has taken it upon himself to say, you know what, we need to start hitting out. We cannot allow them to dominate us. $13 for 1 now off 2.4 overs. They found few runs off Rashid, but no boundaries. Fifth ball, brilliantly bowled, pitching slightly on leg, but then moving back across the batsman to his offside. Couldn't really play at that. And another dot ball. So singles and dot balls are currency in T20 cricket, especially when you're defending a total. Last ball of Rashid's over. And that is expertly played to long off for a single to end the over. 3 overs gone, 14 for 1. So, not quite in very big trouble, but not exactly home and dry as they would like. And of course, the longer they go without hitting a boundary, the more difficult it is. So some rather imaginative captaincy, bowling 3 bowlers in his first 3 overs from Joss Butler. Obviously, he chose to bring spin in very early. Rashid's done a decent job by, he's conceded 6 from the over. One of those, 3 of those runs were from a ball. And certainly was able to prevent the batsman from getting away. So who comes in now? Will it be back to Chris Woakes? Yes, it is. Woakes with his second over. Over the wicket to the right-handed Williamson, who plays that all the way to deep square leg for a single, and that brings Finn Allen on strike. So a lot will rest on Finn Allen's shoulders. Started brilliantly, of course, against Australia, but never really added much to that score in his subsequent games, and clearly a large number of supporters hoping that England could be defeated. There was one who hoped that England would win. Second delivery, over the wicket. And Allen decides to go over the ground. Does he? And he is able to just survive an attempted catch at the boundary, and that goes for 6. So you could sort of see that he attempted to try to play over, and his top hand was still on the bat. His bottom hand had released it. It was going high, going long enough, and obviously the fielder on the boundary was trying to get it, but couldn't really get that. It was Harry Brook, in fact, and the position he was in, he was never going to be able to possibly prevent that from going over, and that is, in fact, 6 runs. So, a fortuitous 6, but a 6 nonetheless, and that could very well get Finn Allen up and running. And of course, with only 2 fielders allowed outside the circle, it will now be incumbent on Woakes to make sure he bowls to his line. Clearly an attacking offside field for Finn Allen. Only 2 or 3 deep fielders on the leg side. He cannot afford to stray in his line. Unfortunately, this time, for England's sake, he only succeeds in playing that delivery straight to deep square leg for a single. So a very, very fortunate 6 there for Finn Allen, and he did just enough to possibly send it over the rope. A valiant effort there from Harry Brook, but running in, but he was never really going to affect that. 74 meters, another short 6, but as always, they all count. for delivery to the right-handed Williamson, who sort of fends that to mid-wicket, a dot ball. And it's all happening, it's all happening, it's all happening. 22 for 1, New Zealand. 2 balls left in this over. Woke still bowling over the wicket to the right-hander. And you could see that they weren't too happy about conceding that 6, but they're calm and they're collected and they're still going at it. Wokes now, 5th delivery. Williamson goes down the track, not able to get to the line of that, only succeeds in sort of patting that to cover. And another dot ball. And now they're showing highlights from the England captain's innings, a magnificent effort with 73 off 47, strike rate of over 150. Excellent work under the circumstances. Last ball of the over. And Williamson is able to play that all the way to deep backward square leg. And that is a welcome boundary to take New Zealand to 26 for 1. So it's sort of a mini recovery there from New Zealand. They now need 154, 12 runs from that over. And what happens now will pretty much determine the course of the rest of this game. What will Buttler do? Will he decide to spring another surprise? Or will he stick with his tried and trusted lieutenants? He's already bowled 3 bowlers so far. Who can come in? Will it perhaps be Sam Curran, who can try and get the ball to swing in these conditions? The most important thing right now is that the bowlers have got to bowl a proper line, and it is, in fact, Sam Curran who comes in. 7 wickets in this tournament, including that amazing 5-wicket haul against Afghanistan, 5 for 10. And he's now being brought in with an attempt to try and cramp the batsmen for runs and not get them to play. Left arm over the wicket to the right-handed Finn Allen, who only succeeds in popping that to mid-off and a dot ball. So once again, fantasy points ratings. Again, I'm not really into that stuff, but if you are, Buttler has now managed to add 100 points to his total on his 100th game. Rather fitting. 75 for Alex Hales. 66 for Lockie Ferguson, who did a decent recovery job late on. Left arm over the wicket now. Sam Curran bowling to Finn Allen. Comes down the track. Only succeeds in batting that down to mid-wicket for a single, bringing Williamson on strike. And this is probably the time when Curran is now being asked to come on and bowl, hoping to try and get some swing, but so far has only managed to bowl a little bit short. And so if he can get a little bit of swing and seam in, it can be quite useful. Of course, chasing under these lights will be a little bit difficult, but the bowlers have got to make sure they get their lines right. So, left arm over the wicket once again to the right-handed Williamson. And an excellent delivery, which, has Williamson in knots. Swing and a miss. And it's another dot ball. Dot balls are currency. And some shots of the famous Barmy Army, England's travelling support. And it's all happening out there, all happening in favour of England right now. But New Zealand are not out of it yet. Not by any stretch. Over the wicket to Williamson, who plays that all the way to point for a single. And 2 runs off this over so far from 4 deliveries bowled. So decent work from Sam Curran. As I've mentioned, the son of the former Zimbabwe international Kevin Curran, who played county cricket in England for Gloucestershire and Northamptonshire, and also returned to Zimbabwe to coach the team and also serve as the academy director. Sadly passed away at the age of 52 to a heart attack. His sons are carrying on his legacy, playing for Surrey and England. Ooh, a Yorker first up, which Allen misses. Probably fortunate in Sam Curran's terms that it ended up becoming a Yorker. A kind of a slower ball, really, but brilliantly pitched. And had that been straighter and hit Allen on his pad, could have been in trouble. So 3 dot balls, 2 singles. Excellent start for Sam Curran right now. Last ball of his over the wicket to the right-hander. And that's short. And does that go to the fielder? Yes, it does! Ben Stokes under that. And Sam Curran strikes. So both openers are now back in the pavilion. The potentially dangerous Finn Allen has to go. Obviously hoping to try and guide that to the boundary, but never really getting the connection he wanted. It was never long enough, never really high enough. A short ball there, which caught Allen unawares, sort of climbed on him rather. Never connected with that well, and Ben Stokes was running in from mid-wicket to catch that. And New Zealand are now in a big spot of bother. 28 for 2. And the end of the 5th over. So 1 more over left in the power play. An excellent first over from Sam Curran. What more could you ask for? A captain's dream. And of course, his brother Tom has also represented England in limited overs cricket. And their other brother Ben still plays for Surrey. Sadly, no England cap for him yet. There's still time. But this has been a dream start so far for England. The power play has gone pretty much how they wanted. Now, it could very well be that given the failures of Conway and Allen, that Martin Guptill could come back into the side for New Zealand's final match. For now, though, they've got to try to weather the storm. And in comes Glenn Phillips with 2 T20 hundreds to his name. A lot will depend on him now as he comes in to join his captain. Skying that to mid-wicket. Ben Stokes under it. Safe as a house. On your way, mate. And you could almost hear a pin drop from the New Zealand crowd, but the Barmy Army are in full voice. And that is how you hold on to a catch. Don't let it slip. Mark Wood into the attack. Right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Kane Williamson, who is able to play that all the way to deep backward square leg for 2 runs. It evaded the fielder, and what could have been a dot ball ended up being 2 runs, but England won't really mind that. They're happy with the 2 early wickets so far. And of course, in their first 10 overs, England didn't lose a wicket. So the power play proving to be profitable for England so far. Mark Wood, of course, into the attack. England's most successful T20 bowler over the past few months. Over the wicket to the right-handed Williamson again. And is that going to be called a wide? Yes, it is. Sort of going across the batsman on the way to the keeper. And of course, if it goes wide of the batsman's leg side, that will, of course, be signalled a wide, no matter what. But with that wicket, Sam Curran has moved back to the top of the wicket-taking charts. Same number of wickets as Taskin Ahmed from Bangladesh. So obviously Curran's seam and swing having a role to play on these Australian wickets. Second ball of the over the wicket. And once again played all the way to square leg for a dot ball. Moeen Ali tidying up. So a lot expected of Mark Wood, age 32. And he's taken 40 wickets in his career, playing in his 26th match tonight. 7 3-wicket hauls, a best of 3 for 9. So certainly very effective, if not perhaps prolific. And he's certainly been consistent. Tim Southey and Lockie Ferguson sitting over there, quite nervous, Obviously, if they lose tonight, it won't really affect them that much because their final match should really be more of a formality. Williamson now, facing Wood. And once again played brilliantly to deep backward square leg. Wood straying down the leg side, and that is a very welcome boundary, which takes the New Zealand captain to 14 runs off 13 balls. So once again, Wood not getting his line right at all, straying down leg, picked off quite nicely by the New Zealand captain, and Butler's going to have a chat with him saying, Mark, you've got to do better. Do not stray down the leg because you will be picked off. 35 for 2 now off this sixth over. Fourth delivery, straight at Williamson, who sort of pats that in a way. I mean, attempts to play that, but not really going far beyond mid-wicket. Some rest. Obviously, Jimmy Neesham is quite a destructive batsman who can come in. And of course, after Mitchell and Neesham, strangely enough, there will, of course, be the all-rounders coming in. So the tail isn't as big as feared. 2 balls left in Woods over. Still bowling to Williamson. Plays that, sort of guides that to third man for a single, bringing the right-handed Glenn Phillips on strike. New Zealand now 36 for 2. And if they can survive this last ball of the power play, not lose a wicket, they should be content. So it will remain to be seen how Jos Buttler rotates his bowlers. A lot of work will, of course, be done in the middle overs. Not too many fielders on the leg side. Certainly most of them are behind the wicket or at the batsman's offside. Last ball of Woods over. Beautiful delivery, but cut behind the wicket by Phillips for 4. He gets off the mark with the boundary. Very welcome indeed. And at the end of the power play, New Zealand are 40 for 2. So, I mean, obviously you can't really legislate for that type of shot, which ends up turning what could have been a wicket-taking delivery into a boundary. But I suppose you could say New Zealand are due a bit of luck on their side. And so a decent start now for New Zealand. They've managed to weather the storm, and from 14 overs, they now need 140 runs at exactly 10 and over. So Williamson has sort of got himself set. He will look to consolidate. And Liam Livingstone has come into the attack. So Buttler seems to be clearly mixing it up quite a bit. Moeen Ali, Mark Wood. Now Livingstone has 15 wickets in T20 internationals, a best of 3 for 17. And obviously he will look to try and force the batsmen to defend and have to really work hard for their shots. And he, of course, will be bowling over the wicket to the right-handed batsman. The first delivery was, of course, a single. I mean, it was a dot ball, rather, which was picked up by the gully fielder. And the second one was a single. So it looks as though Livingstone's bowling some leg break, which is quite similar to what Adil Rashid is doing, except this is a rather fast version of leg break bowling where it's coming onto the batsman a lot more quicker. And an edge there, which would have been taken by the slip fielder, but the slip fielder was not really close enough, and the batsman can run for 1. And that brings Williamson back on strike. So Glenn Phillips is sort of starting to settle in. Obviously, that fringe cut boundary will help calm his nerves a bit. But the spinners are doing the trick so far. Fifth ball. Over the wicket to the right-handed Williamson, who plays that all the way to extra cover for another single. And that brings Glenn Phillips back on strike for the final ball. Over the wicket once again. Also played to point, and that should go to the boundary. So 7 runs off that over, and that takes New Zealand to 47 for 2 of 7. So obviously, England will be reasonably happy with that. They would not want to see the New Zealand batsmen getting too much of an advantage. And once again, the fewer the runs they take from the ensuing overs, the higher the run rate. And has now gone to just above 10 and over from 13. But of course, knowing how destructive Glenn Phillips and Daryl Mitchell and Jimmy Neesham are, England's bowlers cannot afford to relax. No, sir. And so Butler's doing his bit to try to mix everything up. He's now got 3 spinners in his arsenal. Is it the leg spinner Rashid or the off spinner Ali? It is the leg spinner Rashid who will be bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Kane Williamson, who only succeeds in guiding that to Gully. And a straightforward throw back. So another dot ball. And once again, every dot ball increases the pressure on the batsman. Second delivery. A little bit wide, sort of scooped over the fielders, straight to cover for a single. And that brings Phillips back on strike. So I see Chris Welsh is in the chat. Hanno's saying England collapsing, nothing new, to be honest. They do it in every sport. Shouldn't be brutal on your country, but it's true. Well, you might have reason to smile, mate, because England are doing quite well right now. Another wicket would certainly be happy, but at the moment they're not complaining. Third delivery, over the wicket to the right-handed Phillips, who plays that expertly beyond the gully fielder all the way to deep backward point, and they get 2 runs. So knowing how, again, destructive Glenn Phillips is, they cannot simply afford to allow him to get settled in because he's now got 11 off 5. They will want to prevent him from playing his shots. Fourth ball of Rashid's over the wicket, and sort of guided to the slip fielder who's standing a little bit back, and they get another single. So not exactly the boundaries they wanted, but singles can help as long as they don't lose their wickets. Already 2 wickets have been lost in the power play overs. Yeah, you've watched it, just don't watch it often. And you've actually picked a good game to join. Final delivery. Over the wicket to Williamson, who doesn't quite get to the pitch of that. Actually, that's the 5th delivery, rather. And only succeeds in sending it back to Adil Rashid. Some messages going crazy on my phone right now. Can't really, not really in a mood to try and get any of them. Last delivery from Adil Rashid. Sort of going a little bit wide, played expertly to long off rather, and they should run for 2 quite comfortably. And that takes them to 53 for 2 off 8 overs. So going along fairly sedately, I would say. They're not really losing wickets, and of course, the run rate is now starting to creep up a little bit more. Every single over in which they don't score the runs they would like will obviously add to the pressure. And of course, when you're defending a big score, singles and dot balls are currency. But wickets are diamond, if you will. 127 off 12 overs. Not impossible, but very, very difficult indeed. And it is Livingston who's coming back. Certainly his fast leg breaks are, forcing the batsman to think quite a lot. Over the wicket now to the right-handed Phillips, who is able to play that all the way to point for a single. And so I think Butler's thinking is that as long as he can, get the batsman only playing singles and not really able to hit boundaries, he should be fine. But he needs to be careful because any errant delivery will be punished with a 4 or a 6. Over the wicket now to Williamson, who gets into position and plays that well all the way to mid-off and earns a double there. And it should also be worth noting that batsmen can very easily get 8 or 9 or even 10 and over through singles. Their current rate is at 6.72, but the required rate has now increased to 10.63. So New Zealand's strategy will be to keep their wickets intact, and if Phillips is still there, he can go hammer and tongs, hopefully. Third delivery, sort of once again guided to the gully fielder, who runs all the way from there to field at point. 4 runs off this over already, so I think Phillips and Williamson have decided to, whatever they do, keep their wickets intact. And that fourth delivery is played all the way to square leg by Phillips for a single, bringing Williamson back on strike. 5 runs off the over so far. Fifth ball to Williamson, who came down the track, couldn't really connect with that and only succeeded in sort of patting it in a way to the fielder at point. A dot ball, not what they would want. 1 delivery left, 5 runs off the over. What does Livingston do? And that final delivery is slapped, and that should go to the boundary. And it does. So Brook once again trying his best. He thought he had it covered, but it slipped under him and went underneath him to the boundary. So 9 runs off that over. Welcome runs indeed. New Zealand are now 62 for 2. And reasonably under control, one would say. But of course, they will still need to get a bit of a move on. And so I think they're looking to possibly deal in singles and twos and maybe the occasional boundary. That could also get them through. So England cannot afford to relax. No, sir. And coming up to the midway point, of course, at the end of 10 overs, England was 77 without loss. New Zealand getting up there at 62 for 2. Rashid is now back into the attack. A somewhat slower leg break bowler. Over the wicket to Phillips, who only succeeds in playing that to the cover fielder. The cover fielder, Moeen Ali. A dot ball. Second delivery from Rashid. Whipped away along square leg, and it's a single. And that brings Kane Williamson on strike. So a lot of people still very, very confident of an England victory. 74% probability as opposed to 26 for New Zealand, but still not over by any means. We're coming up to the midway point. Third delivery of Adil Rashid's over. And excellent stuff from Adil Rashid, who has sort of maintained a somewhat straighter line, a little bit of fizz coming in. Williamson unable to play at that. And I think Butler has astutely sensed that if the spinners can attack Williamson and prevent him from playing, then he could feel the pressure. Fourth delivery. Well, obviously that line was slightly off, strayed to the off stump line, but again, that was only played to deep extra cover for the single, and that brings Phillips back on strike. Still some passionate support for New Zealand. They still believe that they have enough in them. Fifth delivery, and that is hoiked in the air. Is there a fielder under it? And he's dropped it! Moeen Ali just cannot believe it. He's let down his teammate big time there. And the drop catcher's disease has now spread from New Zealand to England. An excellent delivery. Obviously, Glenn Phillips couldn't get to that. And just how big a drop that will be seen later on. Very lazy, lackadaisical approach there from Moeen Ali. Never really looked like getting that, and it slipped right through him. and that has brought Williamson back on strike, who gets a single to end that over, and Adil Rashid will probably look at Moeen Ali in a very apoplectic manner. So, at the midway point, what should potentially have been 66 for 5 for 3 is now 66 for 2. And so New Zealand have survived the storm so far. But they're now in a situation where the run rate has now well increased to above 11. So this will be key. What will Jos Buttler do? Who does he bring on in an attempt to try and take a wicket that England will need to stall their progress? Because again, knowing how Glenn Phillips was, they could ill afford to drop that catch, and Moeen Ali should be kicking himself. Sort of came there lackadaisically, couldn't get his hands ready in time, and the ball slipped right through him onto his chest and onto the ground. And that was simply inexcusable for a player of Ali's experience. And it's another reminder that nothing in this game can be taken for granted, of course, because even if Glenn Phillips had gotten out, it would be Neesham and Santner and Mitchell coming in who could potentially hit. Williamson has played a decent lone hand so far in terms of staying positive and staying undefeated. Yep, 1 out of 10 on the difficulty scale, but Moeen shelled that very casually at cover. It was skewed high in the air. All he had to do was get into a proper position and catch that. And that is a shocking, shocking miss. Absolutely shocking. Cricinfo, of course, they're providing details of that. If you could see that on the television again, you will be appalled. And of course, at this midway stage, as I've said, it's so far so good for England, but they will need wickets. They need wickets. New Zealand, of course, will want to try and keep scoring runs at a better pace, and I think if they can keep the scoreboard ticking, the pressure will eventually tell. Because that is, of course, how India were able to chase down Pakistan's total of 159 and get to 160. Pakistan were in the driver's seat going into the last 2 or 3 overs, but they let it slip from them with some pretty poor bowling. A magic moment with New Zealand beating England in last year's tournament to qualify for the final. Again, these teams, of course, have a huge history. Who will come out on top? And of course, a recap. Butler's top scoring was 73. Hales, 52. Those two batsmen pretty much providing the bulk of England's runs so far. Livingston back into the attack with his fast leg break. And that is, of course, a full toss, which is played all the way down to long on by Kane Williamson for 2. And that takes him on to 31 of 30. So showing highlights once again of that drop. And clearly that was, you could see the ecstasy turn into agony. And they will not want to look back on that very fondly at all. Once again, Livingston over the wicket to the right-handed Williamson, who plays it all the way down to long on for a single. And that brings Glenn Phillips back on strike. So, Buttler is sticking with Livingston. His fast leg breaks have proven fairly effective. 16 so far off his 2 overs, though. So, a decent economy rate, but wickets would be ideal. And also edged, and that goes underneath the slip fielder for a boundary, and you could see the pressure starting to tell. So Buttler will have to think quickly. Obviously, both Williamson and Phillips look fairly comfortable. A fortunate edge there, which should perhaps have been taken by the slip fielder, but the slip fielder was not close enough. And in fact, it was Adil Rashid at Gully who tried to field that. And you could see the frustration on Livingston's face. 4th delivery, hit back down the ground. Wanted a second run, and the captain said no. So Phillips also scoring some useful runs, 21 off 13. And it will remain to be seen whether this drop will indeed be costly, because that was absolutely an awful miss. But this is high in the air, and yet fortunately for New Zealand, between the fielders, Rashid is able to save the boundary, and they run for 2. It's all happening out there, all happening out there. 10 runs off the over so far. And Livingston has now conceded 26, so it looks as though his fast leg breaks have become a little bit more comfortable, and I think for the batsmen, they seem to know how to play him. And he goes back down the ground, but hits it straight at Livingston, who is able to field that along the ground. So a dot ball. And that keeps New Zealand's run rate at under 7 and over, 76 for 2 off 11. Making sure the ticker is just right, and it is. So New Zealand 76 for 2 and need 104 runs from 9 overs. In fact, you know what? I'm actually going to change that to the number of balls required. So the run rate is dangerously creeping up to 12 and over, but seeing how India's batsmen, led by Virat Kohli, were able to chase down Pakistan's total and hit out in those last few overs, nothing is over. And it looks as though Mark Wood is coming back into the attack. Over the wicket to the right-handed Phillips, who plays that to deep back with square leg, and they should run for 2, and they get it. And so getting singles is fine, but obviously now the most important thing for the bowlers is to still maintain the line, but they will also have to start looking to take wickets. And I was actually half expecting Sam Curran to come back into the attack. Instead, it is, in fact, Mark Wood who comes back in. So, will England be able to handle that pressure? And that double brings up the 50 partnership between Glenn Phillips and Captain Kane Williamson. Short delivery from Wood. Only 1 allowed in the over. Dot ball. And so this has been a very important innings after the loss of both Finn and Conway. And again, it could very well be that either one of those 2 openers could be dropped to let Martin Guptill in the side and have a game, their final game. I definitely don't see New Zealand failing to qualify given their excellent net run rate. Mark Wood now, 3rd ball of the over, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Glenn Phillips. And that is hoiked all the way over the deep mid-wicket boundary for a 6. So once again, Mark Wood failing to maintain his line, and it looks as though Wood might have to be taken out of the attack sooner rather than later. That's what I would do if I were Jos Buttler. You could see the ball sort of straying onto the leg side, and Phillips was onto that in flash, whipping that all the way over, getting the height and distance he needed. 94 meters, beautifully timed, and that was a biggie. Probably not as high as it would be, but certainly long enough. So that's a better delivery from Wood to Phillips, cramping him up for room on the offside, not enabling him to play. That is the way you should be bowling. You cannot afford to stray down the leg side. You will be asking for trouble. Haris Rauf learnt that the hard way when Pakistan were attacking India in the second innings. 2 balls left. What does Mark Wood do? Over the wicket. And they decide to run for a single, which was sort of hit into the ground, and they run that single effectively. So once again, replaying that 6. Woody, to stray down the leg side, son. And so they're talking about Wood's speeds consistently over 140. In fact, his 4th delivery and 4th and 5th were over 150 kilometers an hour. But At the moment, it isn't so much speed, but accuracy that is what England need. Williamson on strike for the final ball of the over. And another good delivery, but that's also played quite safely to the extra cover region for a single, and New Zealand are now 86 for 2. 10 runs off that over. Need 94 runs from 48 balls. And the run rate is now creeping up to about 12 and over, but still, without wickets, England cannot relax. And certainly not if you've got the dangerous Glenn Phillips in the middle. So with Livingston and Wood not being effective, it might be time to bring back Adil Rashid and Sam Curran. Chris Wokes might not perhaps be a bad shout, but Butler needs a wicket. There is no way he will be able to contain these bowlers. 94 off 48, very close to 12 and over, and it is in fact Sam Curran who comes back. 1 wicket for 2 runs off his first over. It will remain to be seen how he will bowl. He will be in fact bowling left arm over the wicket to the right-handed Kane Williamson, who is able to back away and play that to the mid-off region for a single, a direct hit, but Williamson was safe. So a single off Sam Curran's first ball. And New Zealand will obviously look to try and find the gap and maybe find a shot. An excellent strike rate so far for Glenn Phillips, 166.7, 5 runs off every 3 balls. He's come in and played quite well so far, and a lot will be resting on his broad shoulders. 30 off 18. Excellent stuff. And that is wide, and that will also cost England an extra run. So pretty poor stuff there from Sam Curran, who concedes a wide and also concedes an extra run, adding 2 runs to that total without a ball being bowled. Yeah, clearly attempting the slower ball, but not really getting it from his hand properly. Back to the drawing board. Over the wicket to Williamson. Full, not quite straight. Played all the way to point for a single. So, again, singles are currency. Singles are currency. New Zealand are now 90 for 2. Halfway to their desired total. And if they can get there, it'll be terrific. So, Glenn Phillips, of course, is the second leading run scorer with 146 runs, including that amazing century against Sri Lanka. 10 behind Virat Kohli, 12 ahead of Surya Kumar Yadav. And so his wicket will be key. 4th delivery, bowled at Phillips, who plays that on the onside all the way to another direct hit, season overthrow. So England are starting to lose it in the field. Really was no need for an attempt at a direct hit like that, and obviously Curran wasn't prepared, and the crowd are now starting to get into a wave. Seldom any greater sight than seeing the crowd do a wave. And already 6 runs off 3 balls for Curran. Not too happy with that. Already the pressure on his shoulders. Short delivery, but swing and a miss from Phillips there. And certainly no edge carrying through to Jos Buttler. And the run rate has now crept up to 12 and over. This is the slower ball, the sort of left arm spinner, if you will. Bounced high enough, but Phillips couldn't connect with that and went straight through to the keeper. So, 2 balls left. What does Sam Curran do? Over the wicket to Phillips. And he's boshed that! But Stokes is there to clean it up and convert. And some pretty kamikazes running between the wickets there, but thankfully for New Zealand, not really costing anything. So, Excellent work from Ben Stokes to save a boundary, cut that down to 2. Could perhaps have been 1, but yep, excellent work over there. A somewhat wayward throw to the bowler, who throws it to the wicketkeeper, but the batsmen are both safe. So, last ball, over the wicket to Phillips. What does Phillips do? Phillips is probably now looking to try and take on Sam Curran, so Curran's going to have to get his line right. Still an attacking offside field. 3 deep fielders on the leg side. What does Sam Curran do? He bowls that to Phillips's leg side, and he obliges by whipping that all the way to the deep backward square leg boundary for 2 runs. So 10 runs off that over, and New Zealand are now 96 for 2. $84 runs from 42 balls. And now we've come into the 12 runs and over stage. So it's still quite exciting, and one very big over will put the cat amongst the pigeons, but New Zealand are up against it. However, England simply cannot afford to relax. And it has to be said that with only 2 wickets, they're playing a very dangerous game. And I think Moeen Ali will look back on that awful drop as something that could potentially have cost England this match. So the head-to-head in T20 internationals, 13 wins for England, 8 for New Zealand with 1 no result. Rashid back into the attack. Slower leg spin bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Williamson, who plays that down to long on for a single. And credit to Butler, he is mixing it up a great deal now. He probably realizes that taking the pace off the ball will be key to avoiding boundaries, but they're going to have to maintain a tight line. And Rashid bowling his final over will want another crack at Glenn Phillips's wicket. And does he get that? No, it looks as though it's gone high all the way over the deep mid-wicket boundary for 6. So Glenn Phillips chancing his arm there. And that is a welcome 6, just what New Zealand wanted. And Moeen Ali, all eyes will be on you. So certainly not the best of deliveries, not really in terms of line, not really wrapping his fingers around the ball that much, not really getting it to drift. Let's see if his third delivery is any better. No, it isn't. Another 6 from Glenn Phillips over deep mid-wicket, and that is now the plan. Attack the leg spinner Rashid. 10 sixes in this match so far. And this could very well be the defining moment, the turning point. So Rashid is now going to have to make sure he maintains an off-stump line. 100 meters, that is a biggie. 13 off 3 balls so far. Adil Rashid, the spotlight is on you. What do you do? And the cameras are on Moeen Ali as well for that earlier drop. So Rashid is now going to have to change his line. Does he? He immediately responds by bowling it to the offside. And are they looking for a second run? They are, and they will get it. And a possible overthrow. Not this time. And that takes Glenn Phillips to 50 off exactly 25 balls. Strike rate of 200. An absolutely magnificent knock under the circumstances, definitely in form, and he will be key to ensuring that New Zealand will potentially get over the line. And I think England they now have it all to do. They're going to look back on all those moments and say, you know what? We should have taken more wickets. We should have maintained a tighter line. And it's all looking very difficult now for Jos Buttler's England so far. 2 balls left in the over. Again, over the wicket to the right-handed Phillips, who pats that back down the ground to long off for a single, bringing Williamson on strike. Still quite nervy, though. 16 runs off this over, and yet New Zealand still want more. So this is, of course, Rashid's final over, if it's of any consolation to England, and I think it's fair to say that the spin experiment has been not quite successful as hoped. And Williamson plays the final ball all the way to mid-wicket for a single to retain strike. And after 14 overs, New Zealand are 113 for 2. 17 runs off that over. So now the run rate is somewhat under 12. It looks perhaps a little bit more comfortable. And obviously with Phillips tucking into Adil Rashid in his final over, Butler gets the message that maybe spin isn't the answer, but he might perhaps have to bring Chris Woakes back into the attack because Wood has been disappointing, straying down the leg side. Any chat replies? Too easy for New Zealand. Calm down, it's not over yet. And of course, Phillips has now, with that over, become the leading run scorer in the tournament so far. And finally, could it be cometh the hour, cometh the man? The England Test captain, born in New Zealand, is coming on to bowl. 23 wickets in 40 matches. Decent bowler. And he'll probably hope to try and cramp the batsman for room. Over the wicket to the right-handed Williamson, who is able to play that all the way to cover, short cover for a single, and that brings Phillips on strike. And clearly Ben Stokes coming in. An attempt at a slower ball there to take the pace off the ball, and Williamson plays that on merit. So it's now become rather edgy. New Zealand's chances now getting higher. 49% for New Zealand to win, 51% for England to win. All going so well, but then Phillips has now started to take the game away from England. So it's all happening. It's all happening. Second delivery over the wicket to the right-handed Phillips, who boshes that over the fielder and all the way to fine leg for a 4. And it's starting to fall apart now for England. It's starting to fall apart. And thoughts will immediately go back to that shocker of a result against Ireland, which put them behind the 8-ball, the washout against Australia. And Stokes is not happy. Third ball played straight to cover and a dot ball. So again, dot balls are currency. Dot balls are currency. And maintaining the line will be very important. 3 6s and 4 4s so far in Glenn Phillips' 55. Still maintaining that magnificent strike rate. Trying to scoop that over, but completely mucking it up. But they end up getting a single to bring Kane Williamson back on strike. Williamson also looking to get a half century, sort of play himself back into form. And this has certainly been a game where both captains have played themselves into some semblance of form. And New England are also going to look back on their last few overs and say they failed to capitalize when they needed to. And a target of 180 is not really proving to be difficult. But as I say that, Stokes has his wicket. Change of pace. And obviously the batsman trying to guide that beyond the slip fielder who was far back, or was it the gully fielder? Yep, another change of pace. Obviously trying to play that away, but only finding Adil Rashid, who is able to get to make up for his loss of a wicket by dismissing the New Zealand captain, Kane Williamson. And Stokes is delighted. And you can see the agony on Williamson's face. He played quite well for his 40 of 40, a run a ball, 4 4s, certainly looking to get a big score, but it's all happening now. New Zealand have lost their wicket, their third wicket, 119 for 3, and it is all happening. And of course, with that, the new batsman at the crease will probably be either Daryl Mitchell or maybe Jimmy Neesham. Both of them also have pretty good strike rates. So New Zealand are not down and out by any means. So waiting for the new batsman to come in. The new batsman obviously will have a big role to play. And it is, in fact, Jimmy Neesham. Strike rate of 162, 666 runs, antichrist runs in 44 innings. A best of 48, so dealing mainly in 30s and some useful knocks. No big knocks as of yet. And he's come in to face the final ball of Ben Stokes' over. It looks as though Stokes might get to bowl his full 4 overs from now until the end. So remain to see if this is a masterstroke. And Neesham is in fact left-handed. He plays that ball from Stokes round the wicket all the way to the mid-wicket boundary. And that really, really takes a lot of pressure off. So New Zealand, 123 for 3, 10 runs off that over, and they're still fighting. .57 from 30. That's the equation. New Zealand can now look to try to deal in boundaries and maybe take the match away from England. England need wickets. England need wickets. Dot balls can help, but wickets are currency now. Yeah, let's go, Stokes. Out. But is that going to be too little too late? England need more wickets, Wolf. They need more. Because 57 from 30 is a target that can easily be scythed down by these batsmen, Phillips and Neesham. It's a left-right combination, and Mark Wood is back into the attack, bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Phillips, who swings and misses at the first delivery. So Wood's been expensive, straying down the leg side and being whipped off there. Just replaying that Williamson wicket with Rashid taking that catch very cleanly. And you could see the agony on Williamson's face, but he has certainly done his job for his side. Gabba needs more games. Yes, it does. 57 off 29. Every dot ball can add to the pressure, but wickets will be vital. 83 runs from the middle overs. Excellent batting from Phillips and Williamson from 7 overs, 7 to 15. And that has put New Zealand almost in the driver's seat, even if their required run rate has now gone up to 12. And the physio was on. Would take a bit of a hit. England have a positive net run rate of 0.24, but they need this win to go second in the table behind New Zealand. And even then, their fate will be in their own hands. They've got to defeat Sri Lanka. So, second ball of the 15th over. Mark Wood, over the wicket to the right-handed Phillips. What does he do this time? Phillips hoiks it away to the mid-wicket area, but just for a single, and that brings Jimmy Neesham, the left-hander, on strike. So, in theory, this could very well be where Mark Wood could shine. As long as he doesn't stray down Phillips's leg side, he can sort of try and bowl it across and sort of cramp Neesham for room. A lot of the bowlers have been expensive. 4 runs from Ali's first over, and Ali wasn't brought back in, so clearly off spin wasn't being favoured. Yeah. England, get your crap together. We can't have Australia qualifying. I feel you. I feel you. And Wood was bowling round the wicket, cramped Neesham for room, but Neesham was able to play that all the way to the square leg region for a double. 2 runs. And you could see the pressure starting to build in a way, because although singles and doubles and dot balls are useful for England, they really, really would like wickets. Good strike rate against pace of 149, against spinning in deliveries of 130, spinning away 113. Has had an excellent year with the bat so far, Neesham. And that is skied high in the air, but has that gone the distance? No, there's a fielder under it, and Sam Curran takes it. And finally, Mark Wood gets his reward. England get the wicket they wanted. And New Zealand now in some bother, because Neesham has gone. Phillips is still on 57 off 31. But of course, with Daryl Mitchell coming in, England still cannot relax. But clearly that was climbing on Neesham, wanted to get the distance, but only got the elevation. And Sam Curran running in there from deep mid-wicket all the way to almost something like a square leg position to take that catch. 6 off 3 for Neesham, 126 for 4, New Zealand. And it's starting to get hot. It's starting to get hot. So this could very well be another turning point now, because there were no boundaries and England and New Zealand have lost a wicket. The run rate now should have certainly crept up to above 12 and over. 126 for 4 now, off 15.4 overs. They need 54 off the remaining 26. Daryl Mitchell is in at 6. 679 runs in 35 innings, strike rate of near 140. 250s, to his credit, a best of 72 not out. He will certainly have a big role to play, keeping an end while Phillips continues to play. But this has been a good over from Wood. The only question is now, can he maintain his off-stump line? Australia do need help from their trans-Tasman neighbour tonight, but will they get it? 5th delivery, excellent line. Not allowing Mitchell to play, and Mitchell, of course, had his dropped catch, which gave Butler his second life. So once again, Neesham not quite connecting, only skying it in the air, and that was effectively Curran who ran in from mid-wicket all the way to deep square leg to take that catch, and you can see how pumped up he is. And you can see the relief on Mark Wood's face. England needed that wicket. $126 for 4. Last ball of this over. What does Mark Wood do? Swing and a miss from Mitchell, and that's another dot ball. So 126 for 4. And New Zealand need 54 off 24. And starting to come up roses now for England. The run rate has now come to somewhat under 14 and over. Some more dot balls and a few wickets will add to the pressure, but the question is, who does Butler bring back into the attack for the last 4 overs? This is normally the time when New Zealand will come and hit out. And the win predictor has now swung back firmly in favour of England with 79% probability of their win. But these last 4 overs are key. And it is, in fact, Chris Woakes who is coming back into the attack. Woakes had an early wicket and conceded 15 off his 2 overs. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain a good off-stump line and prevent both Phillips and Mitchell from playing their shots, because anything straying down the leg side will be picked for boundaries. 54 off 24. He who dares wins. And looks as though the substitute fielder, Chris Jordan, is on the field. I wonder who he's replaced. Woakes coming in. Right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Phillips, who plays that all the way to cover for a single. 53 off 23. And you can see some happy faces in the England dugout so far. Certainly Hussey has a smile on his face for the way the batsmen had their start. And it is Chris Jordan on the field. He probably might have replaced one of the fielders who got injured. He won't be bowling, obviously, though. Woakes again, over the wicket to the right-handed Mitchell. Again, a brilliant off-stop line, played to square leg for, will they run for two? Yes, they do. And some good work from Buttler to sort of prevent that ball from, going beyond him and effectively directing it onto the stumps, but Mitchell was safe. So 51 off 22 now. Dot balls are useful, wickets are delightful. New Zealand can afford to take a few singles and add to the pressure, though. And yeah, that really didn't need to go to the third umpire. I could tell that Mitchell was safe. It was really only an attempt to stop the runs from increasing that Buttler did that. The Buttler did do that. Good work from the skipper. 51 off 22 now. And Woakes aborts his run-up. A few mind games now from the England bowler. The required run rate still touching 14, so New Zealand still have it all to do. All England have to do is maintain a line, force the batsmen to play their shots. And Mitchell plays this shot all the way to mid-wicket, but only gets a single. So 4 runs off 3 balls so far. New Zealand need 50 off 21. And so whenever he's been picked for boundaries, all those balls have been in the slot. A couple of them straying down the leg of side, of course. That was Mark Wood. Woakes now, over the wicket to Phillips, who only succeeds in patting that back to the bowler. Another dot ball. Dot ball to Currency, 50 off 20. And it's getting tougher now. It's getting tougher. 35 dot balls for England. Very, very important in the scheme of things. And the run rate has now increased to 15. So, exciting, exciting, exciting. It's all happening out there. It's all happening out there. 5th ball of the over the wicket. And a somewhat slower ball, which is hoiked all the way to deep backward square leg, or fine leg rather. Just for a single. 49 off 19. That simply won't do. And another dot ball here will see the required run rate going above 16. So, England have so far played their part magnificently. Dot balls have been Currency. And I think there might be a method to this strategy, putting the batsmen under pressure, forcing them to take risks. Last ball of this over. What does Chris Woakes do? 3 overs to go after this. And Mitchell smacks that down the ground and finds the substitute fielder, Chris Jordan. And New Zealand are 131 for 5. Not quite the distance that Daryl Mitchell wanted. And New Zealand are starting to stare down the barrel, needing 49 runs from 3 overs. It's all happening out there. It's all happening out there. An excellent shot from Phillips, but didn't quite get the heft he wanted to give it the distance. And the substitute fielder, Chris Jordan, doing his job magnificently. So New Zealand are now 131 for 5, needing 49 off these last 18 balls at more than 16 and over. Just changing the ticker. Needing 49. 18 balls. And so the pressure's now telling what will happen. Because at 16 runs and over, New Zealand need sixes, New Zealand need fours. England would love wickets. They can certainly try to keep the line. And there was, of course, an element of good fortune in that Daryl Mitchell couldn't really connect on that because he certainly had the shot covered, but just couldn't quite get heft on it to give it the distance it needed. And Chris Jordan ended up running in to take that catch at long on, which has now brought the bespectacled Mitchell Santner to the crease. 472 runs, a best of 77, so he can also hit. And so that was quite well connected, but just didn't get the distance, and Chris Jordan ran around to take that catch. And that is coolness under pressure, seriously. Putting the super in super sub right there. Caught it cleanly, didn't let it go over the boundary, and a well-deserved wicket for Chris Woakes. And so it will be Sam Curran to bowl the 18th over. Over the wicket to the right-handed Phillips, who plays that all the way to deep mid-wicket. Excellent work there in the field, and he will in all likelihood have saved a run there, Harry Brook. But the batsmen have run for 3. So 46 off 17. And that brings Mitchell Santner on strike. An excellent shot from Glenn Phillips, sort of going all the way past the cover fielder, but terrific work there from Harry Brook, preventing a boundary and bringing the new batsman on strike. And these moments also could very well prove key because Curran will now be bowling to a new batsman, and he obviously appreciates the effort of his teammate there, Harry Brook. Couldn't quite do very much with the bat today, but this fielding intervention could prove crucial indeed. New Zealand need 46 off 17, and it is, in fact, the left-handed Santner who will be batting. Bespectacled Santner, from the looks of it, yep. Didn't wear glasses while bowling, but while batting, certainly needs it. Could be far-sighted, perhaps. I don't know. They certainly don't look like bifocals to me. So, Sam Curran, over the wicket to the left-handed Santner, who swats that rather to the onside and gets a single to bring Glenn Phillips back on strike. And this is now going to be key because these 4 balls will be key. The required run rate has now gone to 16.88. They need 45 runs now from 16 deliveries. So Sam Curran will need to hold his nerve because we know that Phillips can certainly hit. In the chat. Another wicket. Werewolf is happy. 3 boundaries and over, no chance, but you still can't tell. Over the wicket now to the right-handed Phillips, who skies that in the air, but does he have the distance? Is the fielder under it? Yes! It's Chris Jordan once again, and that, you think, will be that. 45 off 15, and the dejection on Glenn Phillips' face is there to be seen. 45 runs off 15 balls, 3 aboard now. And you would sense that with this wicket, New Zealand's challenge could well be over. Not getting the distance on that. He's played magnificently, but once again, the super fielder, Chris Jordan, doing his job magnificently at long on. And that brings an end to a fine innings of 62 from 36 balls, 3 sixes and 4 fours. And New Zealand, 135 for 6, and England now well and truly in the driver's seat. So, to answer your question, I think, if I were to, show you the title, I've actually put "Come on England" in my name. So I am cheering for England. That is my first team. And my second team, of course, is India. But England over India. So you and I are in good company, Wolf. And so with Phillips gone, Santner at the crease, who will be in? I think the pressure has been told. It's really hard to say that, England deserve to be dominating now. It's Ish Sodhi who comes into the comes to the crease. Skied it high, but that goes beyond the leg slip fielder. And will that get to the boundary? No, it won't. But Sodhi is off the mark with 3. Excellent work by Adil Rashid there at the boundary. So 3 a ball could be useful. And as soon as he hit that, Phillips was hoping that that would go far, but once he saw the flight of the ball, he knew that it wasn't going far. Chris Jordan, cool under pressure, cool as a cucumber, cool as you like. And the contrast in emotions is palpable. Dejection for Glenn Phillips, but jubilation for England. 42 off 14, still 3 a ball. 2 balls left. And he cramps Santner for room. He plays that all the way down to mid-on for a single. Fielder running in from mid-off to get that. So 8 runs off this over, but more importantly, the wicket of the dangerous Glenn Phillips. And with the tail-enders coming in, you would have to assume that that will be that for New Zealand. So it's hard to say that, England have really merited this, but I guess you could say that under pressure, they've shown that they could really handle it. And the single played by Ish Sodhi off the final ball of that over, 40 runs off 2 overs, 20 and over. You really can't expect that New Zealand will get it. But again, stranger things have happened. 140 for 6, needing 40 runs from 12 deliveries, 20 and over. And so who will be entrusted to bowl the final 2 overs? Full credit to Jos Buttler. Excellent captaincy performance, rotated his bowlers well. Never really sought to discourage his bowlers whenever they strayed down the leg side, but kept mixing it up, kept the batsmen guessing, put them under pressure, some good field placings, and now New Zealand are almost certainly staring down the barrel. 20 runs needed off the last 20 runs per over, 40 off 2 overs. What can Ish Sodhi and Mitchell Santner do? It will be Chris Woakes to bowl the 19th over the wicket to the right-handed Sodhi. And he's able to sky that in the air, but that will fall safe. No question of a second run, and Chris Jordan comes over there to mop up. And that will be that. So I think Williamson will be looking back pensively and thinking, what could he have done better? So this performance has come at the best possible time because this will put England above Australia at 5 points. Behind New Zealand, of course, on net run rate, but certainly in the top 2. And however, England still need to beat Sri Lanka to maintain their positive run rate and secure their spot in the semi-finals. You would think New Zealand would be home and dry given their magnificent run rate. Over the wicket now to the left-hander Santner, who slashes at that all the way to point for a single. Singles will not work for New Zealand. 38 needed now off 10 deliveries. Effectively a boundary, a ball. And you can see the disappointment etched on Kane Williamson's face. Got himself back into form with a good 40 and could have stayed the role, played the anchor role, but an attempted scoop over the field only found the hands of Adil Rashid. Over the wicket now to the left, to the right-handed Sodhi. Cramps him for room, but they get a single all the way to forward short leg, if you will. And 37 off 9. Not even a boundary ball will be enough to win, although it could tie it. And once again, Woakes doing his job magnificently, maintaining a strong off-stump line, not allowing the batsman to play. Santner now on strike, just 3 singles from this over. He skites that all the way to long off rather, and they get 2. And Chris Jordan is able to tidy up, throw it back to the wicketkeeper. 35 off 8. And what can Sodhi and Santner do? Smile and wave, smile and wave. Well, I think now it's fair to say that I agree with you. They can't really do too much now. 145 for 6. 8 balls left. All over bar the shouting, really. Well, of course, Santner's going to chance his arm and try and bat that back down the ground, but only succeeds in finding the long-on fielder. He will get 2 out of it. A little respectability there to proceedings. But 7 balls to go. 33 runs to get. And Moeen Ali will be one of the most relieved people in that ground right now. His appalling drop off Glenn Phillips not proving costly, but that wide was not necessary. You'll have to bowl another one. And obviously Butler's looking quite pleased, but he knows that it's still not quite done yet. Obviously Sodhi and Santner cannot be expected to pull off that run chase unless what ensues is an over of absolute buffet bowling. Last bowl of Wokes is over the wicket to the left-handed Santner, who gets a good bat on that and actually sends that for 6. So, 26 off the final over. Could there be a sting in the tail? 154 for 6, needing 26 runs from 6 balls. Still not over. It really is still not over. An excellent shot that from Santner, getting to the line. The fielder over there, Harry Brook, never really going to get that. And you can see the anger on Wokes' face. Didn't want to end his bowling stint with that 6, but he's done his job. 2 wickets for 33. Could have been 2 for 27 or 28. And it will be Sam Curran now to bowl the last over with Ish Sodhi on strike. Over the wicket to the right-handed Sodhi. 2 for 21 off his 3 so far. And with 26 runs to defend, will this be a foregone conclusion? Over the wicket to the right-handed Sodhi, covering his stumps. Swing and a miss! 26 off 5 now. Dot balls are currency. And so England obviously losing a clump of wickets near the end. They ended up finishing on 179 for 6 themselves. So always remember, even if New Zealand won't get bowled out, they will still lose this unless they can somehow find the runs they need. 5 sixes will do it. Over the wicket now. And that's not a 6. That is a potential double played all the way to deep mid-wicket. Actually, it's a single. So 25 for 4. 4 sixes will not be enough. 4 sixes will only tie it. And the disappointment is still evident. Butler calming proceedings. He's had a fine match, the skipper. Top scoring and rotating his bowlers magnificently. Third ball of the over the wicket to the left-handed Mitchell Santner. And that should be called a wide. And it is... Well, that's been sent to the third umpire, so I think they're appealing for possibly Santner getting some bat onto that and sending it through to the wicketkeeper. No reason why you can't have a review with 4 balls to go, delaying proceedings a little bit further. An attempted left arm spinner. Definitely not out. I think they're appealing for an edge, and if it's not out, of course, that will be a wide. You could see that the appeal was probably half-hearted. And, well, certainly if it's not out, the wide has to be singled, but they're looking for an edge. Huge gap there between bat and pad. No edge on the edge tracker. So, not out, and that, in fact, will be signaled a wide as well. So, 24 runs off 4 balls. 4 sixes will win it. What does Sam Curran do? Cramps Santner up for room. He plays that all the way to long on for a double. And with 22 runs needed off 3 balls, that should be that. So, no boundaries, no problems. England are almost home and dry. A no ball, however, will almost certainly put the cat amongst the pigeons. So Curran needs to maintain control. And Tim Southey's already padded up. You can see the disappointment on his face too. New Zealand had, of course, hoped to win today. Excellent delivery to the left-hander, cramping Santner for room, not able to play at that. And with 22 needed off 2 balls, that will be that. A sort of a slower delivery, left-arm spinner, turning into a Yorker, jamming Santner this crease, cramping him for room on the leg side. And so that should be it, 22 off 2. 2 more legal deliveries, and England are home and dry. Swing and a miss there. A short delivery, which goes through to the wicketkeeper. And that is, of course, the one legal delivery over the shoulder allowed. This has been a magnificently disciplined performance by England with the ball. And with the bat, they were controlled, they were calculated. So they can be very proud of themselves for pulling off this amazing win, which keeps them alive. And for them, it's up to how they play against Sri Lanka, which will determine if they qualify for the semi-finals. Last ball of the match. Played to the onside for a single, and you can see the joy on the faces of Sam Curran. Jos Buttler, of course, staying calm despite everything. And a magnificent performance indeed, which has seen England win by 20 runs. And this is the result right there. The clue is in the ticker. A 20-run win. Certainly helps with their net run rate in a way. And also, more importantly, England stay alive with their destiny very much in their own hands, beat Sri Lanka, and they are through. As for New Zealand, they are obviously quite disappointed. There might perhaps be a few changes to their team for their final game. And of course, their final game will probably be against, Australia have to play Afghanistan. So their final game will be, of course, against Ireland. And, yep, obviously this hasn't been updated on Cricinfo, but on the television it's clear to see England winning by 20 runs. They did exactly what they had to do with the bat. Jos Buttler standing up to be counted as leader, playing a brilliant, brilliant knock of 73 from 47, strike rate of over 150. Alex Hales offering him magnificent support. Lost a few wickets near the end, but the key to their win was being able to blunt the New Zealand quicks. Bolt and Southey didn't have any joy. Lockie Ferguson had a couple of wickets near the end, but was also quite expensive. The spinners did a decent job, but didn't really make too many inroads into the England batting. Handshakes all around. New Zealand know that they still are in the driver's seat thanks to their magnificent run rate, but obviously they will look to round off their group stage with a comprehensive win over Ireland, as expected. And England, their equation is clear. Beat Sri Lanka and they are home and dry. So, the New Zealand innings. Williamson, of course, coming in, sticking around, playing an anchor role after Conway and Allen didn't really get going. Glenn Phillips, of course, came in to play a brilliant, brilliant knock and certainly looked as though he would be the one who would take the match away. But when he holed out to Chris Jordan, the substitute fielder, it was more or less all over. 7 bowlers used in the innings. 3 of them bowling themselves out, their full quota of 4 overs. 3 overs for Wood and Livingston, an over each for Stokes and Ali. Basically using Stokes as a partnership breaker. And once those wickets started to fall near the end, it was almost game over. So, Curran, the pick of the bowlers for England, 2 for 26 off his 4 overs, ably supported by Chris Wokes and Ben Stokes with his 1 off 10. Phillips playing the lone hand, Williamson playing the anchor, but Santner near the end chipping in, but it was too little too late. So England win by 20 runs, and their destiny is still very much in their own hands. They look in excellent position to qualify for the semi-finals as long as they beat Sri Lanka. So confirmation that New Zealand's final game is indeed against Ireland. That will be this Friday. And of course, as well this Friday will be Australia's final game against Afghanistan. England will be playing Sri Lanka on Saturday at the Sydney Cricket Ground at 6 p.m. local time. That is going to be an exciting game, of course. And then before all that, this coming Thursday will be Pakistan coming up against South Africa. So England's run rate is now at 0.55. They are now second in the table. Australia are third at negative 0.3 run rate. Those top 3 having identical records have played 4, won 2, lost 1, with 1 no result. Sri Lanka are in 4th. And if they can beat England, they could also very much be in the mix. So the turning point was probably the wicket of Jimmy Neesham. Sam Curran running into deep mid-wicket to take that catch. And from there, it was a case of the pressure telling on the New Zealand batsmen. They weren't quite able to find the boundary as effectively as they did earlier on. And it was only a matter of time before the result was confirmed. So, some good camaraderie there between New Zealand and England. Australia are in a bit of trouble. They will need to thrash Afghanistan and hope that Sri Lanka can do them a favor. So the key here was that in the final 4 overs, the England bowlers did their job magnificently, restricting New Zealand to 36 for 3 off those final 4 at a rate of 9 and over when the required run rate had gone to about 12. And Sam Curran over there with an important wicket. 13 off his 2 overs he bowled. And pretty much a case of England knowing the answers, knowing what they had to do, executing their plan perfectly, cutting out all the wide deliveries, and realizing that what they were doing was not really viable earlier on. And of course, it is confirmed that the England captain, Jos Buttler, is indeed man of the match. So we will, of course, get into his press conference right now.
Very much. I suppose a great feeling of relief, a game that you had to win, but also the fact that both you personally and your team showed your best form tonight. Yeah, absolutely. Instead of the toss, you don't become a bad team overnight. We had a poor performance, but we've got some great players in our lineup, some really dangerous players.
So basically, the England captain talking about how his team were able to find form at the right time. And certainly he found his form with the bat too, and it gave him confidence when he was in the field. Highlights, of course, of Butler's innings, some beautifully crisp shots played on the offside, and some fairly powerful blows on the onside, sort of slapping everything back and treating Bolt and Southey with disdain.
Actually, it held. It was tough against the spin, but I thought Alex Hales put a great knock at the other. He got away to a really good start.
Making a point to credit Alex Hales for his fine innings as well. Got the team started and certainly helped Butler get going as well with his innings.
I'm sure you don't know this, but you went past Owen Morgan as the highest run scorer in T20 internationals for England today. A nice way to pass the time, I guess. Yeah, that's nice.
His 100th 2020 international, became England's leading run scorer in T20 international cricket, and certainly a proud moment for this man who probably might not have a future in the Test team, but certainly his place in the limited overs teams for England is secure. Basically talking about the flexibility in the batting, why David Malan didn't really come in when expected and why they wanted to bring the likes of Moeen Ali in. And so basically the captains will come back and talk about the match itself and how it transpired. And who do we have in the chat right now? New Zealand fighting for pride and net run rate. Wouldn't say they're fighting for net run rate. I mean, the net run rate is already through the roof. So they should be home and dry. Beating Ireland in their final game will be a formality. So it's really down to England and Australia, what they do in their final games. Obviously, Australia will look to comprehensively beat Afghanistan, which shouldn't be too much to ask. And they will also depend on Sri Lanka doing them a favor. Because with this win now, it seems apparent that Sri Lanka probably might not be able to qualify. Although if Australia and New Zealand if Australia and England have sort of a meltdown, you just never know what could happen. A lot of things could still happen. But basing everything on probability, it is fair to say that New Zealand have been magnificent so far. England have hit form at the best possible time. Australia coming into it, but their negative run rate will be a bit of a bother. Sri Lanka still technically in with a shout, but only on 4 points. They can only get up to 6 maximum. 7 points will definitely take 2 teams through. It will be hard to see either New Zealand or Australia or England or Australia losing their games. Sri Lanka will have it all to do. If they can stop England qualifying, then that would be very well done indeed. So, once again, there's nothing more to say. Thank you very much indeed for joining in. We won't be able to obviously talk about what the captains will be saying, but we will, of course, have a review show later on in the week where Hanno and I will be speaking about the cricket that has been played. And we will talk further about what we can expect going into the final round of matches. So thank you very much indeed to everyone who's joined in the chat. Thanks so much to Ollie. Shout out, of course, to Hanno. Congratulations to him on getting his 200th subscription and a subscriber, rather. And thanks a lot to Mystic Werewolf for coming in and adding to the support for England. Chris Welsh also coming in. And I hope you're happy with the result, mate. England are now still alive, still kicking, and they can have their destiny in their own hands. And of course, Oris coming in later on. And so, Hanno, I'm sorry, son, you've been disappointed today, but there's still time for a few more surprises. I just don't know if that'll happen. But I will definitely hope to see you on Thursday when Pakistan take on South Africa. I will be here in your company. As always, it's been a pleasure bringing this to you. And I want to thank you all for joining in. Certainly thanks to everyone who's joined in the chat. And once again, we will look to obviously have some more people coming into the chat as often as we can, and also look to, of course, continue to bring some of the best coverage from this cricket tournament. If we can definitely bring you coverage of the final, that will be a huge spectacular where we might be on half an hour or even longer before the first ball is bowled. But that will be a story for another day. So once again, thank you all for joining in. Congratulations to England, a well-deserved win, and I'm extremely happy that they found form at the best possible time. Commiserations to New Zealand, but they look an accomplished team. They should make the semi-finals quite easily, and it is shaping up to be an amazing last few weeks of the group phase, and all teams will have a lot to play for. Sorry, son. England are New Zealand's bogey team. Fair to say. But huge big up as well to Hanno for letting me do this, for asking me to host this. Always happy to work with him. 200 subscribers now on the road to 250. Do please subscribe to him and like this video. Click the bell button for notifications. We will bring you coverage of some terrific sports from around the world, football, cricket, whatever it may be. And it's been fun to do it today. And we do actually have the New Zealand captain, Williamson, so we'll get his thoughts.
It was another terrific game, just came up short tonight.
Yeah, credit to the way England played. They put us under pressure from the get-go with the bat, and we struggled to make those breakthroughs to try and sort of change that momentum on what was, sort of a fair surface. I think if you could make those breakthroughs, it would have been quite challenging, but they played beautifully, obviously led by Joss and Halsey at the top, so a challenge, but we were...
Obviously, those first 10 overs in England's innings proving very crucial. 77 for no loss, laying a fine foundation.
Did you think that was a hard score or maybe slightly above?
Yeah, it was probably slightly above, but having said that, it is what it is, and you try and address it to the best of your ability and target certain areas of the ground and sort of try and take it a little bit deep. And we had our moments, but we weren't quite able to get kind of ahead of the game. And once again, credit for the way they bowled, used the big size, took the pace off, and it was quite tricky.
And credit, of course, to England's bowlers for taking the pace off the ball, not allowing New Zealand to play their shots.
One of, if not the best player in the game, so you don't want to be doing that. And if you do, he's probably going to make you pay, and he did that today. He made the boundaries look quite small, really, which they're certainly not. But played a beautiful knock, and a big game for them.
One of those moments was in the sixth over, involved yourself.
And now they're going to talk about Joss Buttler's innings and the 2 dropped catches.
I bobbled it, and I thought I squeezed it into my chest, but obviously a little bit embarrassing in the end. I was obviously going to go upstairs. One of those things.
The second half, you were well in the game. Glenn Phillips is in fantastic form. He's a really dangerous player for you.
He's been batting beautifully well on some quite challenging wickets too. Certainly our last one when he got his 100.
And of course, when Phillips was in, New Zealand were threatening to take the match away, but the run rate started to creep up a little bit high, and the pressure told in the end. Credit to England for maintaining that pressure.
The first knock back then in this tournament, but you're still well placed and therefore confident as we head to the business stage.
Yeah, there's a lot of good today. Any tournament you go into, you're going to be put under pressure at all different times and stages, and there's been some good cricket played. So for us, it's just trying to build on that, take the positives out of it.
Still confident, of course, of New Zealand doing well, and they're already well placed with their huge net run rate. And now the man of the moment, the man of the match, the man of the hour.
We've touched on the batting, but let's just talk a little bit about one or two of the other players. I mean, you mentioned Alex Hales briefly, but given his time out of the team, and he hasn't exactly fired since coming back into the team, that was a real bonus for you tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. He played brilliantly.
Credit, of course, being given to Alex Hales for his innings, which set the ball rolling and enabled England to start to hope to post a better total. And obviously, when Hales and Butler were going hammer and tongs, it was looking good for England. Of course, Hales, was coming back into the team after a layoff, not really the best of form, but he picked the best match possible to play a good hand.
Total 179. Did you feel the same? Did you feel you were in a good position?
Yeah, I thought so. I thought only if it got really wet, maybe the only thing that may change the way think for a while.
So apparently both captains thinking that 180 was slightly above par score. I personally would have hoped for about 190 or 200, but obviously the outfield and the dew in the second innings played a bit of a factor. That's what Butler said.
Is that good for your confidence as a team that you know you can do it both ways?
Yeah, absolutely. And we've actually had success batting first in quite a few games here. In the games against Australia before this, we batted first in every game. So it's certainly, I think maybe something that you can actually be brave.
And of course, their decision to bat first was well vindicated, and the fact that they're able to win batting first is something of satisfaction because now they know that they can win both ways, bowling first and batting first, setting a target and chasing a target.
Just to check the dew, it was a fair conditions in the second half of the game. Not too bad for the spinners.
Clearly, Hanno is not really happy, but what can you do? And obviously the decision to play Moeen Ali in the first over, bowl him in the first over, 4 runs off that first over kind of set the tone in a way.
And he managed to maybe overrun it, but I think that clearly a little bit for a deal. I think he's been bowling really, really well without maybe picking up the wickets he usually does. Now one of his great mates dropping one for him there I'm sure he's due a hatful at some point.
So your final game is Sri Lanka. Quickly move on to these.
And thankfully, Moeen Ali's dropped catch did not prove costly.
Finish on 7, therefore the fact that you play Sri Lanka last and you possibly may know what you have to do, is that to your advantage?
Yeah, I think so. First and foremost, we need to try and win the game, but of course to know exactly what is required will give us a bit of a benefit.
Congratulations, Nagel.
Thank you.
Right, so obviously Joss Butler talking to Michael Atherton there about the game, and special mention, of course, must be made to the substitute fielder Chris Jordan for taking 2 cool, calm, high-pressure catches that also helped turn the tide. So as I've said, another exciting day's play, another exciting game. I'm really happy to have brought it to you. Once again, like, subscribe to this channel, get the notifications, follow Hanno on Instagram at Hanno_coach_corner. Twitter handle is @Hanno7083030. That is Hotel Alpha November Oscar 7083030. Once again, shout out to everyone in the chat who's joined in. I will look forward to your company this coming Thursday. Until then, thank you for joining me. Thank you for joining us, rather. Take care of yourselves. Have a good rest of your day. And from the Coach's Corner, this is Mani Thangadurai, and he is out.